Good morning, everybody, and welcome to United21 Season 19. We've got the playoffs beginning today, and it's really important because the playoffs are on HLTV, so the stakes are a little bit risen here for these teams because this means there's HLTV points on the line for these teams to grind through the rankings. And we're going to be starting with the upper bracket quarterfinals today. We've got first off Kono versus Eklot, followed by LNG versus Preasy. Now, if you want to just bring up the bracket, we can have a look at the overall state of things. There we go. Kono and Eklot, LNG and Preasy, you can see at the top. The winner of each game will, of course, face in the upper bracket semi-finals. Then tomorrow we've got X Enterprise versus Unity and Navi Junior versus Apogee. I'm bringing it into the very first game that we've got, as mentioned, Kono versus Eklot. This should, in theory, be a banger. Both of these two teams had a decent pathway through the group stage. Kono coming at the top of their group, but that was Group A, and Group A was incredibly close. Kono managed to beat Apogee 2-1, a very close affair. They also managed to beat Verdant 2-1, which is also a very close affair. Like, Kono came first in their group by the skin of their teeth. And then on the other side of things, Dynamo Eklot, who they are up against over in Group D. They came second place, beating out Sinners Academy in what was also a relatively back and forth. The maps weren't quite as close, but it's still a 2-1. They lost to Navi Junior, the eventual winners, and that was incredibly close. It was a double overtime game in the middle, which Navi Junior managed to scrape past. Otherwise, Eklot could have taken that series 2-0, sorry. Then they managed to have a rematch against Sinners Academy where they quickly swept them under the rug in great form. So if Eklot show up in good form, they'll have a good opportunity to fight against Kono. But that all depends on the veto. We'll bring that up in a second. But I've got a sneaky feeling that Kono might have a heavy advantage in this one. We're going to be seeing Vertigo and Nuke being banned out. Makes sense, these are the two permabans of either team. But the issue is that the permaban of Nuke for Kono is a good map for Dynamo Eklot. So seeing that removed isn't good for them. Mirage and Dust 2 picked. Again, these are the most picked maps for either team, leaving Ancient and Anubis banned for an Inferno Decider. Now, if I'm Kono, I'm quite happy with this veto. You've got your best map of Dust 2 in there. You removed your opponent's one of your opponent's more comfortable maps. Your worst map is removed because it's your opponent's permaban of Vertigo. And then on the Decider, you have Inferno, which out of the three maps left is probably the map which Kono wanted the most. This is a strong veto for them, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them have a good advantage going into this entire series. Dynamo Eklot are going to have to show up in good form in an early morning game if they want to be able to take them, and obviously it will start first on Anubis, so there'll be an interesting battle between the two, or Mirage, sorry. Now, kicking off the pistol round already. Dynamo Eklot starting on that T side. It's going to be a standard default here. Current slow split already for a pistol, a 1-2-2. We do often see in a lot of teams nowadays on these pistol rounds starting a lot slower, almost in a default style of play. Waiting to see if there's any CT set pieces to come. Blitz going to be shifting in towards Underpass, and Biria, a beautiful shot towards Blitz. Gives the man advantage to Kono. Incendiary drop towards Underpass. It's going to slow down this Dynamo Eklot assault. Forzy, beautiful dink. Biria receives a one tap in return. Kinsizer. Soltovsky fighting in towards the window, but it's a delayed peaks. Kinsizer baits his teammate Soltovsky and is now whiffing shots left, right, and centre. If only he'd gone for a double peak, maybe they'd found a couple kills in towards middle, but instead it's Dynamo Eklot to come out on top. All bandana removed. Biria finally falls, leaving Amster. 1 versus 3. Rotating in through Catwalk. 45 seconds. Plenty of time for Dynamo Eklot to escort this bomb to the site.
Bomb has been planted.
Cheeky peek from MPQ2. Quick dink. Nothing much Amster could do about that. One Dynamo Eklot take the pistol around here on their map pick. Going to be a full eco now for Kono. Just the USPs. Dynamo Eklot going for that investment of the rifles. Plenty of utility. Kono themselves, they need to set themselves some sort of win condition. They bought just 2 P250s. It's nothing much, but they are going to be stacked 4 players over towards A. The 1 player, Biria, jumping in towards underpass with that spawn. Seeing if maybe you can find a quick flank or perhaps surprise, but it's being cleared. Hard cleared. Preasy, great presence of mind to double check the underpass. And leg spotted from Amps there. Dynamo picking apart this A-bomb site. 1 player at a time. And BO3 goes down low in the duel towards Paul Bandana. In the meantime, Incisor, yeah, they're just going to get swept aside. Not a single kill. Decent amount of damage to Blitz and MBQQ, but a team ace from Dynamo Ekklot. 1 kill each per player. Here comes a 3rd round investment for Kono. I discussed this quite a bit in length yesterday. The difficulty is a CT when you lose the pistol round is whether to choose to eco and go for the 3rd round buy, or go for a force, risk forfeiting 3 rounds total, and go for a 4th round. But the risk of going for that 3rd round buy with the eco is you have weak utility. You can see Soltovsky, Amster and Kinsizer have next to nothing. They have, what, 4 smokes total, 1 incendiary, 1 flash. That's all they have left with 1 minute 40 already on the clock. And you can see, because of this lack of util, they have to get aggressive. They have to try and get the advantage on their terms. And that's why they double push in towards B apps. And they're rewarded for their aggression. A free kill on towards Blitz. Even if Blitz had won the first engagement, there would have been a player ready to trade to thin that T herd. Now with a man advantage, Kono don't have to use that pressure with a lack of utility unless Kriaz just walks in, finds a free kill. Kinsizer now wants to walk in the trade. But Kriaz turns around at the perfect time. Kinsizer a little bit late on that trade attempt. Man advantage now for Dynamo Ekklot. They're starting to converge on this A bomb site. Fortunately for Kono, all 3 players are stacked on this side of the map. Issue is, Kriaz has cleared out all of B. So Dynamo Ekklot not going to rush. Not going to force the issue anytime soon. They'll wait to see what Kriaz can find before they react. Kriaz just going to be holding down that B site, so they rotate the bomb over. Detour letting Connector to try and hold these rotations. A forward ward to listen out for any information. Just to make sure that Dynamo Ekklot can rotate this bomb around the map much more safely.
Bomb has been planted.
That should be the giveaway for Kono to now try and save these weapons. Detour lets them. Biria, great presence of mind to clear that angle. Detour sleep at the wheel. And they're just going to be clutching onto these 3 rifles again. I mentioned the economic turmoil that the CT face after losing the pistol round. So clutching onto these 3 rifles ensures that they'll still be able to go for an investment. See a couple M4s just being dropped over. By all means for Kono, after that save, they have a better buy this round than they did in the last. Much more utility to work with. We don't have to get aggressive early on. They can play the block, they can play the delay time. The options are there for them. Another slow default for Dynamo Ekklot, working top mid control. Out of top mid smoke, that allows Kriaz to go for that aim drill into Soltovsky. Beautiful headshot. Man advantage for Dynamo Ekklot. And already in the 5-on-4, Kono elects to play retake A. Stack heavier over towards B. And with this heavy stack, they're going to get proactive. 2 players walking towards short. Kriaz on low HP. There's no player near for him to trade. Maybe he hears the boost, but no, Kinsizer, in fact, finds Preasy over the top. That's the bomb spotted. Molotov going to push them back. A good equalising kill there from Kono. Brilliant reaction. All but Nana in the meantime playing retake A. Holds his own. All he has to do is sit into CT. Take it down at least one player as they push. And maintain control of this portion of the map. And Preasy has been quickly dispatched of. Kono, this is an excellent round. Despite losing that man advantage, they've recovered it so well into a 4-on-2. A 2-2 retake. 2 from CT, 2 from connector. Dino Eklock needs to try and recover this. The issue is Kono, there's very little time on the board. They do have a kit. They do have utility. There's not long for them to try and get onto the bomb. Blitz isolated. MBQQ now stuck on the site. Good for one. Transfers for the second, but won't be able to do much more. A quick trade. And there's enough time for a 10-second defuse from Birria. Kind of get their first round on the board. And yeah, I'm really impressed with the methodical style of play that they brought on that CT side. They didn't immediately react as soon as they went down to a 5 versus 4. And other players were like, oh, quick, I've got to get aggressive and then walk into a solo fight to try and recover it, to try and make a hero play. No, they were all on the same page. They said, look, as a team, we're going to play retake A. We're going to give up that part of the site. We'll give up middle. We'll lean, rotate 3 players over towards B. So we've got that site stacked. And with that stack, we're going to use those numbers to get aggressive towards short, get proactive, cover a kill. Dino Eklock end up walking into a trap. Full buy round. Kono again being dynamic with their CT setup here. It's a 4-man stack over towards A. Amster defending B solo. Short is a vulnerability. There is a timing. If it's not being spotted, Birria jiggling on a timing here just to make sure that Amster can't be walked up upon. This is very passive mid-hold. Soltovsky vacating window even. Smoke towards top of connector. Dynamo Eklock silently creep in. Molotov towards sandwich. That should be the dead giveaway that this is going to be an A split. But especially with that second Molotov. Birria decides to chuck an incendiary behind that smoke. And oh my goodness, he's somehow gotten away with a double kill. He got caught with a Molotov in hand, throwing it behind that smoke as they're already pushing through the smoke. And he finds 2. A huge round from Birria. Gonna make it a quad kill. Dynamo Eklock trying to split that site. They had a decent setup. Kono themselves as well also had a decent setup in response with the heavy lean. But there was a massive window of opportunity for them to capitalise, to collapse on towards that A-bomb site. But they couldn't get past Birria. They couldn't trade him. Even when he had a Molotov out in his hands. And that breaks the bank for Dynamo Eklock. Going to be full. Well, semi-buy for them. 4 Deagles, 1 Scout. A couple of pieces of Kevlar. Slow 1-3-1 for them. Was he making a bit of noise towards Palace? Polver and Dana can call that out. Mid again. Silently taken by Dynamo Eklock, not being held by Kono. Deep. Incendiary. Not quite going to tickle the toes of Detour, but it incentivises Amster to peek, catches him. Staring at the flames, a free kill. Blitz in towards Ladder. Kinsizer going to hear these steps. He spots the legs, he jumps up. Double teamed. Reaction from Kinsizer, sprints in towards Catwalk. Takes down MBQ and he's looking for a third. Kriaz missing Deagle shots. That's all. Kono collect the third. Clean round, not a single point of damage done to them either. Oh, no, that's a lie. Kinsizer was on 94 points of health. Dynamo Eclot investing again. But the thing is, they bought Deagles and Kevlar and a Scout last round, which means that they're missing some utility. Blitz is down on Galil. And Kriaz is already dead. Tultovsky, beautiful headshot at range from the window. Preasy does have the sniper rifle, so a bit of an adaptation here. The thing is, at the moment, Kona have been playing a much more passive game, letting that clock tick down, which means Dynamo Eclot have been burning more util to take map control and not getting any kills to show for it. Especially with Kono getting this man advantage here. Dynamo Eclot are going to be taking a while, clearing out everything they need to make sure they methodically take space. They're not going to be falling back towards the A site, leaving Detour bottom of middle. It's a late flank, perhaps. Utility comes on in. It's a pop, a flash, and a Molotov. Paul Bandana pushed out. But instead, he pushes his crosshair straight in towards Blitz. Preasy trades. Man advantage maintained for Kono. Utility deployed towards CT. Tultovsky buys himself some space. Detour made his way up towards connector. Beria seems aware. Molotov in towards jungle. Detour actually wins the fight though. Tultovsky now overwhelmed, down on that such low HP. Kinsizer eventually dispatches of the lurker. Preasy walks out, not clearing Tultovsky. The 4 HP player gets a kill before being traded. MBQQ left towards Tetris, location known. Stuck in a one and done position. Got to try and dance around the corner, but it's not going to be the case. 8 seconds left on the bomb. Kinsizer has a kit, so can get that defuse off. Kono a successful A site retake. The bomb plant does give Dynamo Eclot a little bit extra cash. You can go for a half investment. We can see Tech 9's utility, armor, even a Galil on MBQQ. The full round loss bonus. They can go down to 1,500. Some of these players taking around 2,000. I'm not sure why. Always baffles me when players don't do the maths, knowing how much they're going to receive. Beria doesn't get overwhelmed by Blitz trying to catch him off guard. There's no trade potential behind that. If there was a second player, perhaps Beria gets traded, but no, he's able to isolate these fights one at a time. Eventually he falls whittled away by the pistols. 3 versus 3. The Dynamo Eclot, their location known. These weapons at range should exceed. Paul Bandana able to just dance around the cover here. Preasy jumps out and a whiffed spray from Paul Bandana. Now low HP, but does not expect Ampster to be holding the murder hole. Kono get their 5th on the board. Again, that was a half investment from Dynamo Eclot. We're going to be able to see the full buy here. AK's utility, the AWP, everything they need. Most importantly, they do need this tactical timeout to discuss what's going wrong. So far, Kono have been able to work their CT side to perfection. Even when they don't get the opening, their reactions are strong, or well thought out. When Kono get the opening, they fall back, play the sights, play the advantage, play retake towards A. The anchor only has to get one undone at that point to maintain that advantage. When they lose the man advantage, when Dynamo Eclot get the pick, Kono are reacting really well. Some good considerations. on how they approach. Adjustment comes out. Dino Ekclot. 2-1-2. Kono. Now they've got the AWP in place. Soltovsky. Free to go for those opening engagements with a long-range weapon. Point and click. And he's going to find a second kill to boot. As soon as he gets one kill towards underpass, he repositions all the way over to A and takes down the A lurk. Detour and Blitz removed. Dino Ekclot, after taking tactical time, after finally having a strong investment, has got a minute left and they're 2 players down already. .45 seconds, and with this 2-man advantage, Kono elect to play passive. They hold the sights. Hold the off angles. Missed window smoke as well. That's not going to blind Biria's sight. If he wanted to, he could take vision on towards short. But I do like this setup from Kono. Assuming upstairs not exposed to short. Incisor activates from the off angle. No trade to come of it. MBQQ desperate, but falling out the air. Not an accurate shot, leaving Forzy 8 seconds. Got to try and save this AWP, but he's locked in towards ladder him. Kono, if they wanted to, they could wait for this time to expire and then finish him off. Big HE softens him up. And he's going to get finished after time of all things. And you can see the effect of that Forzy. Down there on the bottom right hand side of the screen, $200 is all he has. For those who perhaps aren't familiar with the way the economy works, if you survive a round on the T side, if the time expires and you've lost the round and haven't planted the bomb, you get no cash. You get nothing. Forzy would have at least had an AWP if he had survived. Still would have had no cash, but he would have at least had the AWP. But Kono know that. They wait till he receives 0 cash, then remove the AWP. Now Dynamo Ekclot, they choose to force buy around. And Forzy, they go for a set piece on towards this A site. It is successful. They find 2 openings. All in play. Only 1 trade found. Tolsky down low. Bomb can be planted. Incisor looking to isolate the fight. Not successful. Detour dispatches. They're now searching. Forzy with the Glock plans the dink. That should scare Amster away. Soltovsky already shifting over towards B. They're on such low HP. Dino Ekclot know this. You can see them looking to go for a little bit of a hunt here. Aggressively leaving this A-bomb site. Detour already in the underpass to try and lock out B apps.
Terrorists win.
That's kind of what Dino Ekclot needed though. Their defaults weren't working. Whenever they played a slow round, they were getting picked off 1 by 1. And when they went for these late round splits, they were easily being read. Kono would always stack. They'd have brilliant mid-round reactions. So Dino Ekclot elect to, well, they're struggling in the mid-rounds. They remove the mid-rounds. They go start to finish a simple set piece straight on towards that A-bomb site. It's all early round. They trade out successfully. They test that defense. Now, they look to go for a bit of a rinse repeat. This time a little bit of misinformation thrown in there with the mid utility. Smoking towards top mid, smoking towards window. Try and blind the players in towards mid. And it is keeping Kono around. They're still focusing their attention towards mid. Only just now do they start to turn around and set their sights towards A. It's just in time as Dynamo Ekclot is starting to creep out. Slowly but surely. It's a full pop. A beautiful flashbang. Pull one down and blinded. Dynamo Ekclot don't capitalise though. They're taking their time, waiting for the utility to land before they execute on towards the site. Pushed back out of connector, rather into connector should I say. Kono locked out a 5 versus 5 as the bomb is planted. Got to try and retake this site, but first they have to take CT control. A fresh smoke deployed upon connector. Gonna keep Kono at bay for the time being. And already the bomb so far ticked. 13 seconds left. It's going to be a save for Kono.
Terrorists win.
And I believe we just got a unicorn round. A round over with all 10 players surviving. Not quite golden unicorn, there's still damage done. The Dynamo Ekplot have started to figure out what works for them against this Kono CT defense. Set pieces. 2 in a row towards A, both successful. Now they mix it up a bit, a little bit more aggression towards mid. They know that Kono are going to adjust final round of the half. And that is the case. Kono don't fight for mid quite so hard. They anticipate a set piece towards one of the sites. And that means Kensai's are isolated, free for an engagement to be flashed and peaked by Forzy. Man advantage for Dynamo Ekplot. And we've seen Kono in these scenarios work really methodically at recovering these disadvantaged situations. At the moment though, Ekplot are creeping their way towards a B split where only Amster lies in wait. Kono perhaps lulled into stacking this A bomb site due to the fact that Dynamo Ekplot have tried abusing it 2 rounds in a row. And Amster jump spotting double peaked mid-air, blown apart. Now 2-man advantage for Dynamo Ekplot. They have the B site for free, and Kono are so far away. These rotations, all 3 players weren't even towards the extremities of A bomb site. They were deep tucked into the site itself, and now they've got to retake 3 on 5, and there's plenty of time for Dynamo Ekplot to set up a strong post plan, establish the crossfires. Detour, I love this angle. It's a little pixel, it's a thin piece of wood. There you go. Gets a kill off the back of it. Let's go down to low HP. But Kono aren't even making it through market. There you go. NBQQ finishes it off with a double kill. Dynamo Ekplot had to finally figure out the defense. They win 3 in a round and get us a tied scoreline of 6-6. You can see it's quite an interesting spread of rounds there. Dynamo Ekplot winning that pistol is huge because they then go and get 3 in a row. Kono establish their economy. They get 4, or rather 6, should I say. I don't know where the number 4 comes from there. They get 6. And it took 6 rounds for Dynamo Ekplot to realise that defaulting and mid-rounding was not the play. And I say not the play. I'm pretty sure all 6 of those rounds was Dynamo Ekplot splitting A. It was all mid-control, default, maybe lose a couple players in the process, maybe get a pick. But then they take so long setting up that A split. Perhaps a lurker coming in from connector, maybe 2 players coming in. And it only takes 6 rounds for them to change their approach. But that's what gets us here, to this tied scoreline. As we swap over to the second pistol round. Dynamo Ekplot now get to try their CT side out. Kono. We've got 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a couple of P250s. This reads exactly like an A site execute. Smoke towards, I believe, stairs and jungle. 3 players going to burst out of Palace. Post the flashes. And perhaps with the goal to take CT control here. Or pop through the smoke, I'm not sure. It will be CT control on the cards. Dynamo Ekplot identify that. They can see that it's a jungle and stairs smoke and say, okay, if it's jungle and stairs, they're probably going to take CT, which means we don't want to get caught when they flash when they do take it. We're going to fall back. Blitz does that successfully. Very smart decision from him. Waits for his teammates to group up so they can swing together to fight CT here. There's no flash in play. It's just going to be a dry swing. In fact, Krias just jumping backwards draws the crosshairs away, and it's 3 kills in quick succession. And that's it. Dynamo have wiped the floor with Kono here on the pistol round.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
It's a simple set piece for Kono. The A site execute, post plant towards CT, but it's very easily read by Dynamo Eklot. They spot the smokes, they see the players coming out. Blitz doesn't overstay his welcome, falls right the way back. Groups with his teammates. And they just take a 4-on-3 fight. And not a single kill goes Kono's way. Dynamo Eklot back in the lead. First time since a 3-2 scoreline. Kono, despite getting that bomb plant, they're ecoing. Perhaps because they didn't get a single kill, and that's one of the changes from a couple months ago where the bomb plant bonus cash was reduced from $800 to $600. That difference is enough for the T's not to be able to afford a Galil and Kevlar unless they got a kill. You can see the players with Glock, Soltovsky 2,600, Paul Bandana 2,600. Players who haven't invested in anything. 2,600 isn't enough to get Kevlar with a helmet, that is, and a Galil. Whereas they get an extra kill, that's $300. They could have squeezed one out. So they're going to be saving for a third round investment instead. See if these Glocks and a couple P250s can find anything. Not going to be the case, they're just going to be shredded. Wet paper in a storm. Two-round lead now for Dynamo Eklot. Let's see if their CT side can be a bit more adaptive than their T. A 1-2-2 default. Kono. Very tentative. Very mindful. Very demure. Dynamo Eklot themselves playing heavy towards the extremities. Not contesting mid, they know Kono like to play. So they know that mid control is not a threat early on. They can try and fight its extremities, but they're about to clash heads. Soltovsky catches Blitz walking around the corner. Kriaz goes to the trade. Good for one. But traded back in return. A 2-for-1 in favour of Kono. Preasy, the third player towards A. Deep towards ramp. Perhaps won't be expected to be so close after they've already killed 2 players in ramp. Why would there be a third? And if there was a third, why wouldn't he trade? So not likely to be clear. They contact out of the palace. Walk out for free, but Preasy is cleared from the back of stairs. His back exposed.
Bomb has been planted.
I do apologise, just had to reconnect that. Successful site take there from from Kono, sorry. Catching Preasy in the back. Player towards CT isolated, just detour. 1 versus 4. To see if he can save this AK. Coming in on that late flank. He'll pick up some utility and a kit for his troubles. That'll save him some cash.
Terrorists win.
Dynamite Clock still able to afford one more purchase. Helped out by that save from Detour. Orb in the hands of Forzy. And it's slow for Kono at the start. Bam stare. Prevents the aggression. You can see Dynamite Clock trying to be proactive, going to take the fights on their terms. Double push towards underpass. Amstare shuts it down. In the meantime, Forzy has found a pick, peeking over stairs, no doubt. On towards a ramp player. Kansaiza holds down this mid aggression. Man advantage now for Kono. Quickly removed from Forzy, finding a second frag, finding a lot of impact on this AWP already. 3-on-3. Kono starting to edge their way towards this A-bomb site. They're taking their time, it's suffocating. Forzy gets inquisitive and is punished for it.
Bomb has been planted.
3 versus 2 smokers. Currently locking out MBQQ. Imperia replenishes it. Detour removed and MBQQ just spanned the smoke, so we've got to turn around. 1 versus 3, no chance. With no element of surprise. Even then, the odds weren't in his favour. With bank balance empty for Dynamo Ekclot. MBQQ looks to save.
Terrorists win.
Amstead does fall to the bottom, but it's not going to prove troublesome at all for Kono's economy. They've got plenty of cash in the bank. Same can't be said for Ekclot, who are going to be ecoing around this M4. Couple pistols bought up, 5.7 P250. The question is, how are they going to set up this M4 for success? Currently taking it towards shore. I would be surprised if we see a boost towards the bricks. Setting up in an elevated angle. Position where you can guarantee a free kill and then fall back. And he's thought better of it. Gets back down off of the boost. Again, it's a very tentative hold from Kono. A team who love to play the slow game, love to let the clock tick down. They love to just sit and wait and let the opponent make the mistakes. Rather give the opponent room to make any mistakes. Identified that not too much aggression going on the minute on the board, and Kono start to group up towards A. They've got plenty of utility to go for a full execute if they want to. Furia pops out, they catch Blitz, find the timing. Fortunately, there's no other CT players there to trade, otherwise that could have been a little bit scary. It's going to be speculative execution. Paul Bandana mows down 2. Kono now react with the utility, locking out the CT players. Jungle control in mind. Detour going to see if he can spot Paul Bandana's head over the top of the stair. Smoke will do so, but Paul Bandana gets the drop. Triple kill for him. And MBQQ's M4 only good for 1 kill in this round. Gonna be saving. Tucked in towards T-spawn, but Kono are hunting. Paul Bandana looking for that 4K. Not going to be granted it, but confirms his location. Kansaiza finds the trade. Kono take back the lead after a constrictive couple rounds there on the T side. Seems the rifles come out. Fortunately for Ekclot, they can still invest, but there's no sniper in Forzy. already saw how much of a difference maker he was in terms of getting the openings for this Ekklot side. Kriaz running through the flames, tagged down low, looking to fight behind this top mid smoke. But again, Kono, they're slow, they're passive. They just throw the utility, they don't actually use it. They don't give these opening fights so early. And they're so in tune, they find the right timing to know when the CTs have fallen back of mid. Push back in, take that map control. Eyes are in the top of mid. Amster now shifting towards underpass. Kono set themselves up for the potential A site split. It's going to be made difficult with MBQQ's boost. He can watch connector from here. Amster to take the duel, but MBQQ wins it. I'm not surprised from Sizer now. Next up on the plate, being loud about it. Beautiful shot onto Forzy, traded by Blitz. Man advantage for Dynamo Ekklot, but they've been able to identify that the A anchor not on the site. Playing over towards connector, they can try and lock him out with the utility. Smoke towards connector, Molotov towards jungle. Blitz holds strong. 1-for-1 trade. CT still a threat. Soltovsky can't quite land the shot. Dynamo Ekklot are going to mow them down. Kono attempting pretty much the only kind of round which Ekklot ran in the first half for 6 rounds in a row. Going for that sort of A split, a mid default. You take control, you leave 1 or 2 players there, and you set yourselves up to split the A site, knowing that mid is in your hands. But the thing is, there's still some space between mid and A to be worked, and that's where Dynamo Ekklot lay and dealt with both the lurking players. Investment once more comes out for both sides as the score is tied. Kriaz again taken down low thanks to the utility usage of Kono. This time they set themselves up for a bit of a faster set piece. Detour jump spotting. Misses his Molotov. Does land down towards the van. Drops a smoke to delay. Kono have done a good job at baiting out a lot of utility from the Ekklot side. We only have 1 smoke, 2 smokes left, 2 incendiaries. Pulled a rotation. And B site now has 2 players defending it. To Kriaz, connector player still up towards catwalk. Again, it's another A split on the cards. Utility in towards middle, smoke towards window. That'll allow Amster the space to work. And default, he smokes top connector. Forzy drops the incendiary and falls back. Anticipates that this is going to be an A split with such little time on the board. In fact, no. It's going to rotate in towards CT. There's a timing here where Kono can hit. There'll only be 1 defender. That's Blitz on the site. Takes the time to peek, but ends up walking to 2 crosshairs. He falls, goes down for free. Man advantage, Forzy. Good with the AWP in towards CT. Finds Paul Pandana overextending. Peeking at an unnecessary angle, no support. A good flash. Brings space. Bomb to be planted. Amster on the lurk. Going to dispatch of 1. And now Dynamo Ekklot have to funnel their way in towards CT. Trading out with this man disadvantage. 2 versus 3. And I think they're calling it off. No utility to stop this. They've got a kit, but Forzy not feeling confident. Does remove Soltovsky. Time ticking down. Certainly not attempting this. He's just going to try and clutch onto the score. Keep it safe. Kentizer and Amster aren't going to allow that. It's Molotov. The team Molotov. It spreads wide. Flushes Forzy out. And Kono take the round. Based on a poorly timed rotation there. Forzy had the right read, had the right rotation. If he'd gotten into that spot a little bit earlier, then that round would have been great. He could have watched Palace for Blitz. But Kono hit that A site the exact moment there's only 1 player, even close, to defend that site. Because of the pressure they made towards B early on, Dynamo Ekklot still had 3 players towards B, meaning there's only 2 which can possibly be in position to defend A. Blitz anchoring that site, and Forsey, who was at the time towards connector. And Forsey's rotation basically eliminated himself from contention whilst Blitz was being attacked. And removing that AWP is huge for Kono, because that means Dynamo Eklot now have to eco. They don't have the funds to buy. It will just be pistols here. Technical pause is over. Round number 20, Kono with that 1-round lead. They're first to double digits. But they like to stretch that lead to 2 rounds. Unless Dynamo Eklot can pull off some wizardry with these 5.7s. The weapon more than capable of it. It's going to be a stack towards that A site. 4 players. Kono again, it's just slow, passive, 1-2-2 default, holding for any aggression. Not even a top mid smoke to potentially provide cover for the CTs. They're going to say, look, you don't want to risk you being able to walk up behind that. Play the range game. This is a lot more pace here from Kono, identifying what kind of buy it is. With underpass clear, they work in towards middle smoke window, smoke top connector. A minute hasn't even elapsed yet, and they're already working their way up towards catwalk, looking to get the information. Detour pressured, drops a single smoke to block Amster. It is successful at keeping Kono at bay. With Amster blocked off, they don't want to sort of commit into splitting the site just yet. Now they test this A-bomb site. Molotov towards jungle. Paul Bandana looking for info. A smoke does blind them somewhat, but as soon as that happens, that's when Kono start to creep over towards B. Detour, the 5.7, good for range, but strange trade from Kinsider, fully running Birria. Now I'm going to hold down those rotations. Paul Bandana going to do the same, identifying that it's an A stack. Dynamo Eklot shuffling their defense as a response to the late hit towards B, getting caught in the open. Only 1 death for Kono as they collect 11. Round 21 and Dynamo Eklot invest, but yeah, it's not a great buy. No AWP in play for Forsey, and we've already seen how, I wouldn't say quite a necessity for Dynamo Eklot, but at this point it may as well be. At least here on the CT side. A weak utility which is already fading away. Only 2 flashes left. 4 smokes, 1 incendiary. With a minute 30 on the clock. Kono again, they set themselves up for this B site pop. Dieter jump spotting, drops the incendiary towards balcony, smokes himself off towards Van. They react, they're trying to use this site. The rotation does come in. Detour good for 1, but is eventually traded. No utilities actually locking out the market players, and Birria exposes his back. Kono have fallen. Sortovsky and Paul Bandana. The 2 versus 4. After a failed attempt at hitting that B-bomb site, a quick rotation from Dynamo Eklot. No utility locking out those rotations. Punishes Kono. MBQQ hunting. Going to walk in towards TV. They do line up for him, but he's the one to receive the headshot. 30 seconds. Kono. They might have the money to go for this. They are accelerating. I think they're starting to shift now, yeah. They're looking to save in towards Palace. Simply not enough time on the clock to attempt this. Little didn't they know they did have the opportunity for the one-to-one trade on Blitz. Get a bomb planted on A, but hindsight 2020.
Counter-terrorists win.
Eleven to 10. Clock gets some breathing room. Again, Kono setting themselves up to finish early on this A-bomb site. Bit of presence in towards middle from Amp Stair. Utility thrown over towards A. Jungle Stair smoke. Blitz drops his own smoke. Try and bring space, but a very quick trade through the smoke on the spam. 1 for 1, the anchor removed. And size up. Tries to jump through the stair smoke, but a speculative spam from Forzy finishes him off. Man advantage for Dynamo Eklot. And Kono, despite not having actually committed to that site with the bomb, they've lost 2 players at only gaining 1 kill in the process. Man disadvantage, minute on the clock. They shift over towards B with the bomb. This is a good read considering Eklot have gamble rotated. Their reaction off of that execution was to leave this B bomb site. They don't want to get caught in transition, so they're going to leave it empty, which means when Kono hit this, they could get themselves a free bomb site, a plant on the harder site to retake. Even with a man advantage for Eklot, it won't be easy to retake this site, especially if Kono get the bomb down before Eklot are alerted. MBQ jumping back into towards ladder. He's in a great spot here to search. Oh, the bomb is actually planted for short. Ackerman disastrous. Pull bandana activates from alert. Does he clear ladder room? He does, and a beautiful headshot finds a double kill suddenly. From a 4 versus 3, this is down to a 2 versus 3. Off a simple play, coming up catwalk, Dynamo Eklot are now having to consider saving. A miracle round there from Kono. Read the game well. The set piece over towards A. Pulls the rotation away. And they're granted, despite having a man disadvantage, they're granted a free B-bomb site. Pull bandana in the right spot to crack down on those rotations. Kono now on map point. 12 to 10. Dynamo Eklot, they invest, but there's compromises. MP9 on Detour. Famous on Blitz. X Factor being Forzy now has the back in his hands. And speculative util towards middle. Just to blind the CTs. Keep their attention here. Re-smoke. In towards window and in towards connector. The issue is Dynamo Eklot are pushed deep in front of this. MBQQ hasn't shied away. And he's heard all these steps. He's heard Amster sprinting in towards T-spawn. He's called out the rotation. You can see Dynamo Eklot already have 3 players lying in wait. That's 4th rotating in from Detour. This is going to be a disastrous hit from Kono. They need to find the frag before this flank activates. Blitz, good for 1. Swings out, traded. The AWP from Forzy, also 1 for 1. MBQQ flank. It activates. There we go. Finds 2. Beautiful round. All off the back of MBQQ's flank there. That simple move from him gives the game up. And when I say gives the game up, gives the game away. Here's all the information that he needs. Sees the 2 smokes coming in towards window, towards connector, but sees no players towards the top of middle. Identifies it's a fake, knows they're coming from T-spawn. The stack comes in. And Kono. They thought they had the masterpiece of a round to close it out. They thought that they were pulling the strings, pulling the rotations. But no, as soon as they get onto the site, MBQQ is already on the flank. And they're stacked on the A site. And that's a disastrous round. Such a huge round there from MBQQ. Because look at the funds for Kono. Final round of the half. They have to invest. And they've got a scout on Tortovsky. A P250 on Birya. Tet 9 on Paul Bandana. They have only 2 rifles, a Galil and an AK. Again, it's slow from Kono. They burnt their utility. They burnt their smoke towards the top and middle, looking to try and blind for information, but they're not making use of these smokes. Which normally isn't a problem, right? That's part of the game plan. But here, when they don't have much more utility to use, they need to make use of every piece of utility that they can. Every piece of utility that they throw needs to be used to the best of its ability. Connector thrown from Amsterdam. Lands late, window smoke comes in. Final smokes utilised. 4 players still in towards mid. CT smoking towards short. Hold them at bay from a potential B split, but that's not what their attention lies. They're creeping in towards connector. 2 players, a re-smoke, they pop out. Preasy doesn't clear the corner. Quickly traded by Blitz on towards default. That's information which Ken Sizer should now know. The trade comes out. Paul Bandana swings with the Tet 9. Man advantage. Now for Kono. Working with these pistols. Forzy, a flick, but tagged by the scout. Low HP. Bomb going to be planted. Success for Kono. Man disadvantage is Eklot trying to tempt this retake. Kono have had the time and space to establish a strong post plan. No utility on either side. MBQQ has crept out. Connect to his spotted Birya. Looking to find the frag. Is successful. 3 on 3. Time ticking down. Only 1 kit in play. They found Concisive, but the scout activates a tag onto Forzy. Finishes him off. Paul Bandana now swings and finds the last 2 kills. Kono will steal that final round away from Dynamo Eklot, and they will take their opponent's map pick 13-11. A brilliant showing there from Kono. Patient style of play. And I can't help but wonder, could this game have, or could this map at least, have ended up differently if Dynamo Eklot had adjusted a little bit sooner on their T side? 1 round would have been all the difference. 13-11. That does mean we will be going to the next map pick. Let me just double check whose map pick it is next. Yeah, Dust 2, which is Kono's map pick next after a short 10-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Kono versus Dynamo Eklot here in United21 Season 19 upper bracket quarter-finals. Already map 1 down. Kono managed to steal Mirage away from Dynamo Eklot 13-11 after a final round forced by. We'll be kicking off Dust 2 here. Kono's map pick, the best map, 75% win rate on this one. But it's Dynamo Eklot to start with the opening kill. Preasy towards long, shuts down Biria. Kono now react. They turn away from long. They set their sights over towards B. Dynamo Eklot with this man advantage, happy to sit in the setup they reside in. Detour just jiggling the B tunnels here, smoke in hand. Kono start to shift over through the tunnels up towards short. Reassess their assault of this A bomb site. They've got to smoke 2 flashes. They could smoke the cross, flash the players out if they wanted. Taking their time here. 44 seconds. Kono, a team who love to play slow. They're going to play off Kinsizer's contact first with the P250. Give him the freedom to prod and poke in towards mid, see what he can find, any information. He spotted that CT is clear. The fact that there's no one in towards CT. They can throw this extender smoke, but yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Upstairs. Let's find the trade on the 40. Preasy now activates, sprinting up the ramp. Good for 1. Bomb is planted. That's Kono's goal achieved. P250s now have to do a lot of work. Chultovsky finds 2. But it's the jumping Julies for Detour to close it out. Beautiful round there for Dynamo Eklot.
Bomb has been defused. The counter-terrorists win.
1-0 start. The bomb plant does give Kono that opportunity to go for a force buy here if they wanted. They could get the Galils out. Now, Dust 2 is a map that... Oh, again, we always talk on every map, to be honest, about how difficult the CT economy is to get going. But Dust 2 is a map where that util is vital. That weaponry is so important. Getting the AWPs out. If you're working with SMGs on a map which is so incredibly long-ranged, there's very little cover on this map. It's so open. Every fight is long-ranged, with the exception of the couple angles over towards B. Then you're in a massive disadvantage on that CT side if you can't afford the better weapons. But Kono, rather than electing to go for that second round break to try and get a wrangle of the economy, they will be ecoing. Just 3 P250s bought up on Biria, Paul Bandana and Kinsizer. Again, it's very slow, very constricting for Kono, very on brand for them. Taking their time, creeping their way in towards short, figuring out any information they can find. Letting Eklot burn any grenades that they may have. He has a bit of spamming towards the doors. Kono tried to creep out, but Blitz is there with MP9. Tag team duo. And Kono just being whittled away here. Overwhelmed. The MP9, in fact, going to find 3 farming some cash on Blitz. Zero start, but it is that 3rd round buy for Kono. You can see it's a very healthy one. 4 AK-47s, each with a healthy amount of utility. Chultovsky going that sniper rifle up nice and early, before the CTs even. That's to a map where the AWP reigns supreme, even on the T side. Smoke going towards the middle of the door. Kono So passive, slow default right now. Clearing out lower tunnels, working their way up towards short, pushing back the CTs. Working what map control they can. They've burnt a lot of utility out away from Dynamo Eclot. And you can see what I mean. You need a lot of utility. It gets burnt so quickly. You have to invest a decent amount of util as the CTs just to take long control. And then because of how wide, how open, how split up the map is for the CTs, you're kind of playing a lot of solo angles where you have to continually smoke the doors, for example, on long. And now all that Eclot have left is an incendiary and 2 flashes. 30 seconds left on the clock. Beautiful shot from Paul Bandana. They creep out towards long. MBQQ trying to hold an off angle, but it's so difficult to find off angles that work on Dust 2. It's an awful map to be holding angles as the CTs. Kono trade out, 10 seconds left. They're still going to get this bomb across. There's 10 seconds. They're going to be swinging out. Imperia falls. There's 7 seconds. Kinsizer. They have to forfeit the round.
Counter-terrorists win.
The clock is the enemy for Kono. They love to play such slow Counter-Strike, and it looked like it was about to work out for them. They clear out short. They clear out the entire of the A site. They have a 3 versus 2. They still have to cross on towards that A site. I mean, I don't know. They could have tried to at least throw the bomb across. You can jump, press G, chuck it across, at least minimise that distance. Kono fail to find the first buy round. It also means that an AWP is dropped over from the corpses of Kono into Forzy's hand. Free sniper rifle upgrade. Kono working on the half buy. It's a hero AK on Kinsizer, the saved rifle that they had. Looking to see if he can find an opening, but down on towards 8 HP. You'd expect him to drop over that AK. Perhaps give it to Amster or Paul Bandana. Both of which are playing the extremities. One holding B tunnels, one holding long. Kinsizer doesn't want to give it to any of the players who don't have armour. Just got to wait for them to group up. Before chucking that across. I mean, he's still not chucking it across. He's still trying to set himself up for the kill, even though he's on literally 1 point of health. Okay, there we go. It is chucked across to Paul Bandana. They group up on towards short. Kriaz holding on the elevator boxes. And they strike. They walk out towards catwalk. The AWP from Forzy picks them off one by one. They're able to overwhelm Kriaz. AK now back in Kinzizer's hands. The bomb will be planted. This is more than Kono bargained for. Oh, beautiful shots from Blitz on the MP9. Activating, it's just a triple kill. 3 headshots in quick succession on the SMG. Farms up some cash. $1,800 to be precise. Kill reward alone there. Clean 4-0 start for Dynamo Eclot. Again, this is Kono's map pick. Just to remind everyone. It's a map which is by far their most picked map in Best of 3 series on HLTV. In the last 3 months, they've played it 16 times, of which they've won it 12, so a 75% win rate. Very strong map for them. Same can't be said for Dynamo Eclot. Same can't be said for Detour. Immediately picked off on the cross. A beautiful shot from Soltovsky through the smoke. And the thing is, Dynamo Eclot were trying to counter towards long with 4 players to try and take this part of the map. Fortunately for them, Kono still force their way out in towards long, trying to use their spawn. And they get 2 kills in response, so 3 on 3. The rotation's still compromised for Dynamo Ekklot. This is a sticky situation. Preasy looks to try and find the kill, but perhaps being heard jumping up. Walk straight into the crosshair of Amster. Now a 2-on-2, and the last two players for Dynamo Ekklot are over here towards B. Towards A, sorry. B bomb site is free. About to be planted upon by Sortovsky. There's certainly got to be a desk slamming moment if you detour. You're the lone player running towards B. All four of your teammates are trying to work towards taking and consolidating long control at the start of the round. You're the only player, and you get shot before you even get to the site by an AWP in T-spawn.
Terrorists win.
First round on the board here. Strong round to Kono. Quick victory. Dynamo Ekklot, their response here is mid-aggression. 3 players walking in. Preasy, top of the catwalk. Insider is holding for it. Preasy not going to push too far up. Flashes come out, he's blinded. Goes for the pre-fast spray, but can't quite land it. It's Beria to find the headshots. 2-for-1 trade. 1-man advantage for Kono. Now this is constricting for Dynamo Ekklot. How do they recover from this disadvantage? MBQQ is getting aggressive towards short, but again, it's being held. Beria keen to find a third frag. If it's gifted up towards him. Ekklot are just going to freeze. They know how slow Kono like to play. After all, we already saw in the first buy round, they lost the round because of the timer elapsing. They couldn't get the bomb across to the site in time. So with this man advantage, Kono, their protocol is to freeze, to slow it down even more. MBQQ finds the perfect timing, walks out towards catwalk, catches Sortovsky holding the mid doors. Beria is unable to trade, a fluffed shot, only seeing the top of his head. So now the man advantage flips towards Dynamo Ekklot, and there's only 30 seconds left for Kono to recover it. Punished for this slow style of play, and MBQQ, he's just sat in the open, doesn't expect short to be a vulnerability. After he just got 2 kills there. And there spots out Preasy, goes for the swing, missed shot. Now detour on the 1 versus 2. Chucks down some utility, try and soften up the planter, can't deny the bomb. Amster will spray him down, Kono recover the round. After MBQQ finds a hero plate to get Dynamo Ekklot back in it. He then neglects to look towards short. But that's huge, that round. It's finally broken the economy for Dynamo Ekklot. Down onto pistols once more, Kono. String a couple rounds together now. Beautiful deagle shot from MBQQ. Now fully blinded, pushed back. Still hiding behind the smoke, looking to go for another deagle shot. An advantage for Dynamo Ekklot. The weaponry certainly isn't there. He's going to walk his way out, look to recover that AK, but doesn't anticipate Beria to have already walked out. Amster holding very passive, pretty much in T-spawn here, waiting for that tunnel's aggression. He's rewarded for his patience, rewarded for his passive hold with 2 kills. Bomb planted. Preasy has managed to slip the net here. He's crept through that CT smoke, catches Insider, back of the head, and even found another dink onto Beria. Could have got dangerous there. Preasy now picks up the AK. 1 versus 3. Low HP Beria finished off. 1 versus 2. The issue is the bomb is planted for Soltovsky with that walk. Drops down. Anticipates the elevated angle and instead peeks from below. Good spray to finish off. Amster is now low on HP. He knows where Soltovsky is, but there's a matter of time. No kit in play. Soltovsky just trying to bait out the shot. Knows that there's no time for him to defuse, so doesn't go for the peak. Doesn't want to risk losing his own AWP and denies the economic damage from Kriaz. Next investment comes out for Dynamo Ekplot, closing this gap. But again, it's not the best utility possible. Dynamo Ekplot, but at least Preasy has the AWP out in play. Concisa getting aggressive towards long. Sprints out. Kriaz fully blinded. Homing pigeon of Concisa straight to the face of Kriaz. Opening kill. Again, Amster, look at this passive hold, waiting for this B tunnel's aggression. Knows it's likely waiting for them to push in towards T-spawn. It's a beautiful, lovely off angle as well. Not going to be cleared out, but Detour jumping finds the kill. Amster falls. What can you do there if you're Amster? You're in a perfect angle. Using that box as an off angle as the CTs come round that corner, they'll clear people holding the edge of the box, not directly behind it. But Soltovsky walks straight into Preasy's crosshair, catches him sleeping. 4 versus 3, they creep up now up towards the ramp. Blitz pops, bursts, catches them by surprise. MBQQ using the new box. It's an off angle. Does find a trade, but it's still a man advantage to Kono as the bomb is planted. A long platform. Detour, MBQQ. Got no choice but to save. They don't have the funds to fight for this round. Can't afford to lose these weapons in a bid that certainly stacks up against them.
Terrorists win.
The slow plays from Kono tie us up. Once more, Dynamo Ekplot's economy is in trouble town. Couple pistols for Blitz and Kriaz. A hero M4 bought up for MBQQ. Detour. Oh, sorry, in fact, no, that's a saved M4. It's Preasy's hero scout investment. Say hero, it's just an investment in scout. Amster now on this B lurk. Tempted to get a little bit more here. He's going to be greeted and quickly traded by Detour. That's another rifle dropped, which can be picked up by Kriaz. MBQQ holding behind the long smoke, but it's about to fade. There's 3 players lying in wait. But it's the scout for Preasy to find 3 kills, 2 headshots, make it 4. Preasy on the scout behind the car, doing his best impression of the device, finds 4 beautiful shots towards long. Oh, and we get the replay of it. Gosh, oh, the slow-mo as well. That shot is filthy. Kono have just been handed an eviction notice. A beautiful round, and that's why Dust 2 is such a controversial map, because it brings the ability for such plays, right? That you can have one player can simply take over the game, which does lead to some exciting games when players pop off. It can also lead to some frustration when Kono try and play everything as best as their ability. It's a 4-man peak, but Preasy is able to pick them off one by one with a scout. At that range, the utility wasn't enough to push him back. The Molotov not spreading behind the car. Eklock keep the lead. Most importantly, Preasy now has the Scout in play. Or rather the AWP, sorry, an upgrade from the Scout. Good counter utility there. From Kono, they react to that smoke, dropping Molotov and a HE. It softens Kinsizer down to 23 HP. Preasy makes some noise, dropping down in towards CT. Kono, off the back of that sound, they start to accelerate. A good smoke in towards elevator that gives them cover and can isolate this fight towards Preasy. They've done so successfully. Preasy, now the lone defender of this site, trying to search around the edge of this smoke, looking for another frag. 4 on 4. CTs have control. Beautiful shot from Preasy. Quickly traded by Soltovsky, but Blitz is there to find the frag. It's Soltovsky now left in the 1 versus 3. Ready for this jump up. Quick flick, lands the headshot, but wallbang finishes him off. Eklock get a 6th. These AWPers getting some dirty shots right now. Preasy especially. A beautiful flick. Coming up from ramp there. There's 2 rounds left in the half. Kono don't have the funds to buy, so they're going to have to eco here. Dano Eklock likely going to be granted the pleasure of a 7th round. Again, on brand for Kono. It's slow Counter-Strike. Even with the pistols, they just sit and wait. The MO is to wait for a Dynamo at top mistake. But Preasy not making any mistakes right now. Firing off a couple shots towards top and middle, putting him up to 15 frags already. Soltovsky and Kinsizer now isolated. The HE's going to be finishing off Soltovsky. Dynamo Eklock certainly spurred on right now after that Preasy Scout highlight. You can tell the energy is different. Got a 7th. 1 round left in the half. Eklock going to be fighting for an 8th. Kono want as greater amount of T rounds as possible before they swap over to CT. Again, Kono already 1 map up in this series, looking to try and take this in 2. This being their map pick. Fast long take using that spawn, uncontested by Eklock this time, who played towards middle. Map control taken and confirmed by Kono. Upstairs again, given the freedom to hold down these B tunnels. Waiting for the aggression. But Kono again, they take 1 part of the map and then they can sit still. 1 minute left. They've not done much beyond taking long at the start of the round. They now start to pressure a little bit. Speculative util thrown to clear out the car. Soltovsky with the AWP posted on the platform. 20 seconds left. Or rather 40 seconds. 20 seconds of that smoke dropped. Well-timed util from Dino Eklock. They're reading this well, and now they just search for information. Blitz is clearing up the tunnels. They have short control. Incredibly well read right now from Dynamo Eklock. They can read this like a book, but MPQQ falls, thinking he's holding it off angle. Pull bandana, trades onto Preasy. 15 seconds left. 3 on 3. The lurker vamps there falls. Bomb is planted. Paul Bandana. Aggressive off to the back, off of the plant. Finds the third. 2 on 2. Kono are making this work. After being completely red. They've got it into a 2 on 2. Paul Bandana still with a smoke to drop to buy time. Bring space. But if anything, that gives Blitz the cover to spam through the smoke and take down Kinsizer. Paul Bandana's going to have to ace this to win it. Isolates Kriaz. Knows that Blitz has already played through the smoke, but over the top. Blitz finds the head. It will be an 8th for Dynamo Eklot. Kono. So close. Despite being completely red, Dynamo Eklot knew that with 30 seconds left, Kono were working their way up towards long. A full 1 minute 50 round. And Kono, they take long. They spend over a minute sitting still, only to then walk up towards long against the stacked site. And even then, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. You can see Forzy and Blitz doing a lot of the heavy lifting at the top of the scoreboard right now. Going to be swapping over sides. We'll see if Kono's CT side defense is up to par with that of Dynamo Eklot's here on Dust 2. Eklot on their T side, buying up 2 smokes, 2 flashes, a couple P250, similar to how Kono invested on their T pistol. Smoking towards the B doors, going to blind vision, towards the mid doors, sorry. Eklot converging in towards middle, 3 from top of middle. Soltovsky up on towards catwalk. Beautiful shot to finish off MBQQ and also spots the information of the players coming in towards tunnels. There's a lot of info gathered there from Soltovsky. They can piece together and they react, take long control. They know that short is likely the destination of assault. So they clear out long. Get Paul Bandana to take that securely and they can rotate the other players back in. B split on the card. CT. Deep smoke. Incisor. Taps down 1. Detour. Coming out of the tunnels with a P250 finds 2 beautiful headshots. The health is low on these Eklot players. Kriaz. Oh, almost overwhelmed, but again, it's these headshots coming in from these upgraded pistols that are making the difference. Soltovsky now is in a 1 versus 3, does have a kit, does have Kevlar. And both of these players for Eklot are tucked in underneath the window. It's going to take some time for him to clear this. As soon as he kills Blitz, he might not expect Detour to be sat hiding there. No, he's not. He's not going to hard clear it. Ed runs in to tap the bomb. Detour then activates, and it will be a triple kill for him. Beautiful bait and switch. Eklot get themselves up to 9. Kono struggling here on their map pick. It seriously looked like they were going to run away with things when they got those 4 rounds in a row and they tied the scoreline 4-4. But since then, it's all been Eklot. Not going to be attempting the second round break on a map like Dust 2. The 5.7s, the MP9s really struggle. So there's not much point investing in a force buy. They need the stronger weapons to fight at such long ranges. A full A-site execute. A late flank coming in from long as well. The Mac 10 from Kriaz going to farm some cash. In fact, no, he traded. Gillill's going to be doing most of the work. Blitz gets himself a triple. Up to 16 now, just 1 behind Forzy on the scoreboard. Now we need to see something shine from Kono. Show us what you've got. First buy round on their CT side. 4 M4s, 1 FAMAS, a decent, healthy amount of utility, and a single kit in play on Birria. Scout tags through the doors, Forzy. Dominant on this map right now with the sniper rifles. Striking fear into Kono. Even with the scout. Clock just going to be creeping in towards doors. They've met no resistance here. Some utility thrown towards short, make a bit of presence. There's a quick pop, instant smoking towards CT spawn. They react, they sprint up towards the ramp. Amstair looks to try and fight them, but they're going to get split from the tunnels very quickly. Kinsizer now alone on the site, only good for 1 before being traded. 3 on 3. The rotations are locked out here. Kriaz again holding this CT smoke. Ready for these rotations. Bomb planted now. 40 seconds. Kriaz good for 1, untraded. Even finds a dink on the second. 2 on 2. Paul Bandana and MBQQ both low on health. Smoke off on the doors. Again, they still have a kit. Smoke and a T Molotov, but the HE will land at a 3-pointer onto Paul Bandana. Soltovsky's got no choice but to save the 1 versus 2. Incredibly unlikely. It's going to be hunted down, but stay strong. That clock now up to an 11. They're in touching distance of taking us to a 3rd. Inferno waiting in the wings. Kono, they take their first tactical timeout. 11-4, and this is their first. They could have taken 1 after going 4-0 down. They could have taken 1 at any point in the second streak of Eclot rounds. This is their first. They are going to be investing, forcing behind this saved M4 of Soltovsky. He was able to drop over a weapon. You can see 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and a FAMAS. But again, on a map like Dust 2, these MP9s are very limited as to where they can be used viably. You can get up close range in towards short, in towards lower tunnels, close towards the mid doors. But everywhere else it's long range, and even then on short there's very little cover. It's just close quarters. It's still a simple plain corridor. There's not much to actually work with. It's why this map is so unforgiving on that CT side. Every aim duel you take on the CT side is anticipated and cleared by the T's. There's the first. Kriaz can just walk out knowing that he's not exposed to any other angle than the one he's clearing. Even then has that trade potential. Incisors, M4 activates. There's the one to MPQQ. Clock perhaps coming into this round expecting an eco around the M4. 4 versus 4. With Amstair removed, they know it's likely that Kinsizer is the lone B defender. So they can set their sights on this part of the map. Knowing it's weaker. Utility deployed. Beautiful from Kinsizer to blow open that smoke and find Kriaz. But it's a good trade from Blitz. And then Birria running through mid with his knife out. Kinsizer only saw 2 players in the tunnels. One of them he killed. Not sure why Birria is reacting like that with the knife out. Man advantage now for Eclot. Still haven't secured this B-bomb site. Paul Bandana has been able to rotate. You can hear the steps of Blitz. Gets himself into a nice off angle. Here's the player jumping up. Drops the incendiary. It bounces back. Soltovsky, though, is removed. There's only 7 seconds. In fact, no. That's it. The time expired. Eclot simply took too long. Did I read the timer wrong then? I thought there was 11 seconds for them to get to the site, but no, the timer expires. I think the fact that Eklot were expecting an eco round, and as soon as they, or an eco around the M4, as soon as they spotted there was a force buy, they kind of, oh, what do we do now? We're not in a position to react. And they tried hitting that B bomb site, but we just in no way collated. Instead, Eklot charged their way towards long. Beautiful flashes. Forzy. Blitz going to find the 2 kills. Kono, after finding their first CT round, they're going to have to battle back a whole 1 minute 30 seconds. 90 seconds total for the 2-man disadvantage. Flash through the smoke. It's just a dry peek, in fact. Eklot now up onto map point. This is disastrous from Kono. Last chance forced by here for Kono. Again, looking to fight for long control with utility, but met with the AWP Forzy. Kono already with no utility to delay. There's a minute 30 on the clock, and they can't force that clock to tick down. At the whim of Dynamo Eklot here. Molotov, good flash in towards short. Biria with the MP9. Is mobile, jumps out, finds a kill. In the meantime, Kinsize has fallen. Counter utility. Fast rotations here. Aggression from Biria, but he's the lone defender here on aim. He's now fallen. The rotations now cut off from Zoltovsky. That leaves Amps there, spotted by Dieter. Drops a smoke behind him. Perfect off angle. Will be Eklot stealing away Dust 2 from Kono, 13-5. An impressive showing from Eklot, especially from the likes of Blitz and Forzy. Forzy obviously giving them that momentum with that Scout 4 kill. It was an unbelievable scene. I think Kono on that map, they just didn't do anything. Like, their entire game plan is slow. They play like old Na'Vi-esque, where it's, or even Virtus Pro-esque, where they wait for the last second to hit a site. They sit and wait. But if Dynamo Eklot know that that's all you're doing, they can just sit and wait themselves, and the clock will expire. Either way, we will be going to a third of Inferno next. That'll be after a short 10-minute break, so do not go anywhere. Make sure you catch this map. Welcome back to Kono versus Dynamo Eklot here in United21 Season 19 playoffs. Upper bracket quarter-final. And we are on the third map. Each team trading map picks. Kono just about able to steal Mirage. And Dynamo Eklot swept the floor on Dust 2. Kono perhaps a little bit disgruntled by the fact that they weren't able to put up a good fight on their map pick, especially with Preasy hitting some unbelievable highlights. The AWPer for Dynamo Eklot, bringing them out of the dirt to go and storm the rest of Dust 2. But we are here on Inferno, the decider that is next. Now, this map is a decent map for well, I'll say for either side. I'm just looking at the stats here for Kono. They've played it 11 times in the last 3 months with a 63% win rate. So that's a positive win rate. Most of their results are relatively close at a decent level of opposition. But looking at Eklot, they don't play this map as much. They've only played it 5 times in the last 3 months. The last 3 of which they did win, 2 of which were quite one-sided. 13-6 versus Ecstatic, 13-6 versus Preasy. Those aren't names to sort of shake your head at. They did have a massive overtime, I think that was like full quad overtime win against All Youngblood, but before that they lost it twice against Enterprise and Alternate Attack. So it's a difficult one to put a pin on it, right? Inferno is a map which, for a lot of teams, it sort of sits in the middle pool. A lot of teams favour it. To that map burner, they wanted to wait till a meta sort of develop, they can then just copy other people's play styles, and means that teams don't have many reps on this map. With slightly more, they're going to be starting here on the team. A full set of utility brought up for Biria. Just Mamster. This for me has a B-site execute written all over it, as per normal usual with most T-side pistols on. returned. Little internet outage there. Has been sorted. Kono. Good recovery here considering the result of Dust 2 there. You can see at the top of your screen, a 13-5 loss. They really struggled. I mean, they had very little to work with considering Dust 2 is their best map, statistically speaking. The entire game plan was sit and wait. Try and abuse the rotations, take time, wait for Dynamo Eclot to make the mistakes, but Dynamo Eclot just sat back, didn't give them anything. But here on Dust 2, or on Inferno, sorry, got themselves off to a great start, winning that pistol. Quick conversion. And by the looks of things, that was a second round force for Dynamo Eclot, which has led to them going for a round 4 investment. Tactical timeout called by Eclot. Just to make sure that they're all on the same page here on this first gun round. Round number 4. Already 3-0 down. This is the deciding map of this best of 3. Speculative util towards apps, working some control here for Kono. Eclot themselves playing a 3B setup. MBQQ set up with a full belt of utility ready to retake Banana. Throw some supportive grenades for Detour and Blitz. Quick trade 1-for-1. The retake utility. Banana control is in the hands of Dynamo Eclot. They can now cheat a third player over towards A. Bolster this defense. So Preasy and Preasy are no longer alone. Molotov push back to CTs away from short. Preasy attempts to pick with the AWP. Falls back to the next angle. Damage done to these CTs. Eclot are now actually blinded to Banana. They've given it up. They're relying on Kono being voluminous with their take, but Preasy, a quick reaction here. Very quick retake of middle, and they're going to start sprinting. Kazai's going to hear these steps. Catches him in rotation. 26 seconds left. And Kono freeze. They have to start accelerating now. Utility thrown over towards this B bomb site. Counter Molotov thrown from MBQQ. They're trying to push and pull the rotations, but again, Kono might be doing too much here. They've lost an extra player in rotation. Dynamo Eclot have read this. 7 seconds left. There's simply not enough time to plant this bomb. Again, Kono's biggest enemy is the clock. They overplay their hand, trying to play with the rotations. Beautifully read from Dynamo Eclot there. As soon as they spot the mid-util, with about 40 seconds left, they identify, okay, this is likely a ruse, a fake. Preasy searches for information, re-aggression in towards short. They know that if Kono are going to hit the A-bomb site, at that timing, Kono are either going to have util in their hands, ready to hit that A-bomb site, in which case they catch them, or they're going to have vacated, rotating, ready to hit B with such little time left. Either or, and Preasy finds that perfect time, gets all that information. Kono, while they do catch the rotation, they're just caught between a rock and a hard place. The bomb couldn't decide which way to go. Eclot get their first round on the board here on Inferno. Kono can still invest. Still got a better buy than Eclot, of which they are working still with an MP9 on Preasy. He's getting inquisitive here in towards apps, but he's going to be punished. Kansaiza just holds the boiler cross. Opening kill. Kono with the man advantage. They slow things down again. 1 minute on the clock and still just slowly constricting the map control. Taking mid now, Eclot. Perhaps reading this well. With the man disadvantage, with the weak utility, they don't have enough to delay, and they don't have enough to react off of information, so they're just going to gamble, stack 3 players over towards B. Leave MBQQ on his own. Oh, that last smoke there, thrown towards Moto, does cause a bit of doubt. Detour shifts away from the site, but he is creeping back. Well, red, the stack still in place as Kono execute on towards the site. Forzy with the AWP not flashed off. Amster walks into the crosshair. Again, another kill finished off, this time by Blitz. Kono walking into a trap here. 10 seconds left to try and get this bomb down. There's already a 3rd player, but suddenly they find all 3 kills in quick succession. Just about enough time to get this bomb planted. Kono have somehow successfully breached this site. Leaving MBQQ to rotate in a 1 versus 2. Crossfire established at the back of the site. Biria picking up the AWP on low HP. MBQQ no choice but to wait out this smoke, but he doesn't have a kit. I think the name of the game for him here is economic damage. Finds 1 and that should be enough. He needs to get out of there. Kinsizer, I think, will go up with the bomb regardless. There you go. At the very least, he removes those rifles. Even upgrades to the AK. No AWP recovered for Forzy. But somehow, someway, Kono succeed at hitting a B-bomb site with 10 seconds left and 3 players stacked on that site. Oh, 2 missed HEs from Kono there. They bounce back in their face. I mean, they wouldn't have done much impact if they had landed regardless. Klopp with this hero AK. He only invests in MP9 and a couple of 5.7s around it. Going to set it up for a boost. Cheeky off angle here. Will be flashed off. Somehow MBQQ escapes all the way over the top of oranges. Well-timed smoke. Kono minute on the clock. They have mid banana control, but they don't have mid. Clock know this, so they're just going to stack, lean over towards B. They know it's a likely point of attack here. Drop another smoke. Going to delay another 20 seconds. A flash also. Going to keep them at bay. Kono are setting themselves up for a full site execute here. The issue is time. The site is stacked. Smoke in towards the coffins. Amster taking points. Smoke towards CT. Molotov towards the site, trying to flush these players out. 20 seconds. A flash pops, but a beautiful off angle from Detour. Finds 1. Committing on towards the site. MBQQ trades back and forth. Zoltovsky with the AWP is the one to find 2, but they don't clear Blitz. 6 seconds left, and he's going to find 2. 5. I think he might have done it. There's not enough time to plant. Eklot win the round again. Kono lose a round from time expiring, hitting a stacked B bomb site. Eklot in that half-time break. I say the half-time break. In the break between the first and second map, they've figured out Kono. They know that Kono's MO, the mission objective, their main mission, is to sit back and wait for the CTs to make the mistakes. They play such reactive CS, but if Dynamo don't act, how are Kono supposed to react? They just don't. They sit still. They let the clock tick down. And when Kono do next to nothing, it means that what little that they do, what little noise that they make, is all the information Dynamo Eklot need to stack the B-bomb site. An eco of all things, a single saved AK. And Eklot take their second round. Kono now going to be forcing up. Soltovsky still with the sniper rifle. This time they set themselves up with banana control a little bit earlier. Again, Eklop, they don't contest. They don't want to give Kono these early fights. Contact play. Smoke well timed. Or Soltovsky fires off a shot. But quickly he falls from a blitz spam through the smoke. That smoke and that kill enough to push Kono back a minute on the clock, and now they assess. They act over towards A. Single flashbang, but again, this is my point. They play so slow, so timid. Any noise that they do make isn't enough for Eklot to read. A bit of presence in towards mid. And they cut the noise. Kono aren't the sort of team to contact dry in towards a site. So if there's no utility, they know it's not A. 25 seconds left. It's another late hit on towards this B-bomb site. Smokes come in. 2 towards CT, in fact. One of them is actually a lurk smoker, corrected. They walk their way in behind it. There's 8 seconds left to plant this bomb. They've still got to clear out this crossfire. Detour finds one. Amster does dispatch a blitz. They do find the kills, but there you go. Not enough time again. Eklot know that Kono will hit the sites with such little time that all Eklot has to do is deny them the fights. All they have to do is tuck and hide as far back as possible. When there's such little time left, even if they have a crossfire, they don't need to act upon it too early. They don't need to fight them as they come into the choke point. They just need to tuck, and the time will run out. Again, the B bomb site. Kono run out of time. It's another force buy though. Because they survive, because the time runs out, they don't get the cash, and they survive with the weapons they have, they force buy behind the AWP and the 2 M4s. Tet 9 and a P250 on Biria and Amster. But it's weak util once more. Single flash thrown from Eklot. And the thing is, because Eklot know how slow Kono play, they can just save their utility. They know that Kono aren't going to act until the last second of the round. And they know that 1 minute on the clock is the timer for Kono to try something, to try some map control. So that's when they block mid. We've already seen it 3 or 4 times in a row on this map alone, that at 1 minute, that's when Kono try and take mid control, make a bit of presence of map control. They did it on the other maps as well. 1 minute was when they made a change, when they made some movement. But now they execute, they go for the pop. But the thing is, again, they're using utility. That's a dead giveaway. They don't fake. Smoke's thrown in towards long. They wrap in with the P250, chasing them down. But there's 4 players lying in a wait. Dynamo Eklot have read this round to perfection. They've succeeded at defending this B-bomb site time and time again, that they know that Kono are likely going to try the A site sometime soon. Soltovsky, 15 seconds left. He's going to find 1 kill, but that's it. He's going to tuck tail and run and save this AWP. Again, the time expires. If we can bring up the scoreboard, I'd really love to see the timer. The timeline, see how many times Kono have lost the round from time expiring. But this time only 1 player survives for Kono. It's just that AWP. And finally they take another tactical timeout. They've realised that Eklot have got their number. It's so easy to read them right now. Whenever Kono make noise, that's where they're committing right now here on Inferno. And if they cut noise afterwards, chances are they're rotating. Eklock, literally, they've not gotten any kills banana. They're not gotten any kills on mid. Eklock are giving up all the map control because they know that Kono are just going to sit, try and take it, try and make Eklock sweat, but Eklock aren't sweating. They're just hiding. And it works. Now a little bit of a mix-up here. The timeout. Eklock get aggressive. They get the opening kill. They know they're up against pistols. They can mix it up. Splice in a little bit of dominance. Splice in a little bit of uncertainty for Kono. Kono are now going to be thinking, oh, okay, so they can get aggressive. That's something which we might need to be wary about on the buy rounds. But in reality, this is just against pistols for Eklock. Eklock know they can get away with this aggression because they've not got any counter utility, not got any weapons to stop them. Control in their hands. Long control. Most information. Shifting up towards short now. There's a crossfire established. They've got no utility to break this crossfire. Kentai's at taking point. Wait for that swing. Beautiful HE. It's going to finish off inside her. Superior is going to find one with the P250, but that's all. MPQQ and Mops up 3. A damp punch on towards that A site. Albeit with pistols, Kono now have the chance to invest, but the thing is, because Soltovsky survived so many rounds and saved so many, he doesn't have the funds. Working with that AWP in the previous round, not found any impact. Now going to have to work with a Deagle here to afford full utility. HE thrown from Kriaz in towards Apps. Misses the mark. Bounces too much to land on Kentai's. Well-timed smoke stops them from working Apps control. Reactive spam to the smoke. In sights. Kriaz to spray. That's a lot of damage. Apps there edging the smoke but fully blinded. Eklock now the confidence to take map control. They successfully lock down Banana. This is the key, right? Kono at this point, if they're going to go A, should be speeding up. They're now taking their time to discuss, okay, what you two do want to throw. They're even not committing. Still, the rotates are coming in from Eklock. Kono, you've got to act fast. They do take down Kriaz. In fact, no, Kriaz gets a double kill. Biria finds a double of his own. The bomb planted, but this is where Eklock already in wait. The boost spotted by Soltovsky. Forzy now in a 1 versus 2. I think he's going to elect to save here. They don't have the best bank in the world. But he knows it's much better than Kono's if he can remove this rifle. There we go. Kono's buy is not going to be great here on round 11. We do have a technical pause. Hopefully one will get resolved as soon as possible. Seems like Amster has dropped from the server. Kono finally break around. does get sketchy. I mean, Kono were looking to react to the banana control, knowing that the CTs on B were heavily committed to that side of the map. Their rotations were far away. They could try and react up towards A, but they take so long. If Eklot were just a little bit less hesitant on those rotations, then they would have got there in time to have, what, 4 players to still defend the A site hit coming in from Kono, despite the whole point of that A site hit from Kono is reacting, knowing that there's more players over towards B. It's just so slow, Kono. There's just no killer instinct behind these plays. It's hesitancy. Two rounds left in the half. Amster is back on the server. But again, the economic damage that Forzy was able to do, despite saving his AWP, he still got 2 kills, killed the remaining Kono players. And look at the cash balance for Kono. Despite winning a round, they'll be able to afford 2 AKs. Biria and Soltovsky. Will be Galil's on everyone else. Maybe even a Mac 10 on Amster, who's elected to go for more utility. It's a privilege that Forzy has earned Eklot going up against weaker weaponry. They themselves, though, have emptied their bank accounts to afford this buy. They may just be able to squeeze another investment out in the final round of the half. We still may see a choppy buy. You could argue this somewhat of a swing round, although there are only 2 rounds left in the half. Dynamo Eklot, after that long technical pause, is getting aggressive, looking to try and catch the slow, tentative Kono off guard. A 1-for-1 trade in towards second mid. That signifies Kono to accelerate in towards B. Acceleration, something we've not seen them do so far. And it's just a contact straight into Forzy's AWP. Picks off another man advantage. And Kono still don't react. They don't react to trade. They don't try and hunt him down. They sit still. They wait and let the utility work their way out, which means the rotation comes in. Kriaz then activates off of Forzy's death and finds a double kill, leaving Kinsizer in a 1 versus 3. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Does have the bomb on his back. He's going to be sprinting towards an MTA bomb site. It's going to be taking a slightly longer way round, which means Blitz will be able to find his way onto the site before Ken Sizer will. Creeping out the apps. There's so many angles for him to clear. And he's making steps here. You have to, well, you don't have to be loud jumping out the apps, but Tyler's going to choose to. Going to commit to this bomb plant. Blintz shops up. Will be a 6th for Eklot. And again, it's this lack of urgency for Kono. Right, their whole reaction there, the reason why they wanted to hit that B bomb site was because Eklot were 4 players towards A. They knew there was only 1 towards B. Yet as soon as they take contact, as soon as Forzy gets 1 kill, all that urgency disappears. Yet Kono don't cancel. They still hit the B bomb site. They still execute onto it. They still throw all the utility. They delay by another 5-10 seconds, which gives time for Kriaz to rotate, for Forzy to set up his AWP at another spot. Our final round of the half. Kono have majority pistols. One of their primary weapons, Mac 10 on Amster, already taken out. Detour falling back. Kinsizer looking to trade and Blitz punishes. 2-man advantage now for Ekplot on the CT side. Oh no. Going for the execute towards the site. 2 smokes. Locked off by counter smoke. And it's the issue for Kono. Every single site hit of theirs is always an execute. Always telegraphed. Brings time for this rotation to come on in. The boost already up in play. Vitor finds one. Viria somehow trades. That's when the push comes in towards Coffins. And it will be a 7th for Ekplot. Kono absolutely fumbling. I mean, look at that. The first 4 rounds that Ekplot won were because the time elapsed. Because Kono ran out of time hitting the sites. It's just something else. Kono win the pistol. They deny the second round force. They convert on the third. Then they lose to time against pistols. And it all falls apart. They only win 2 rounds beyond that. Ekplot aren't having to do anything. Two-round lead for Ekplot. They're going to be swapping over onto that T side. And we already saw on Dust 2, Kono really struggled to find their footing on the CT. On the T side pistol, Kono. Again, a decent display of utility. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, 2 HEs. Looking to see a fast play in towards second mid. Well, there's Dynamo Ekplot on that T pistol. They slow things down. Kono looking for information. Zultovsky playing towards Boiler. Might be able to hear these jumps in towards the apps, although they are considered a silent boost. MPQQ domes him. Paul Bandana now next up on the plate in towards apps. Spots the one player. Ekplot keep it slow. You know, Kono aren't the sort to make quick reactions. Execute comes in. Smoke towards long, smoke towards Moto. They barrel in, Paul Bandana isolated. The rotation comes in, up Banana. Up the middle. Ballsy cleared, but decides going for the body shots. Just gets overwhelmed, and they just mop them all up. Ekplot get an 8th, not a single frag for Kono. They trip over themselves. Kono desperate now, going for that second round force buy. Unlike Dust 2. On Inferno, this second round force buy is a little bit more viable. These pistols, the MP9, have plenty more opportunities to be effective. Close angles in apps, a lot of narrow choke points. Lots of cover to work around. Lots of positions where these pistols can close the distance. Smoke fades at the top of Banana. Ekplot methodically clear. Sandbags. Counter smoke deployed. Grial's going to get in front of it, fully blinded. But the HE is going to push back Biria. Chunks him down to 20 points of health. Well timed from Kriaz. If that HE isn't thrown, maybe Biria swings, catches Kriaz blind. spot the shoulder jiggling though. 3 kill, finishes them off. Now Amsterd's locked out the site as the CT smoke is replenished. Kono, that second round force. Going to choose to save these upgraded pistols, save the Kevlar over towards A. Some of you may be thinking, oh, why are they saving only pistols? Might as well go for it. Well, at the end of the day, their odds of winning this round, as soon as that bomb was planted, are slim to none. They've got a much greater chance of winning next round with these pistols and Kevlar than they do attempting this retake. If they save. That's if they're allowed to keep these weapons. Appears to not be the case. Amster also eliminated. Let Clot hunt them down. Time a full eco at Clot. Granted a great opportunity. This time no smoke at the half wall to stop Preasy from clearing out the top of Banana. A bit more aggressive in his search here. There is a flash and a smoke in play. Flash and Birria in towards CT. There's 3 players tucked in towards coffins who are ready to pounce off the back of this flash. It all depends because Preasy is just searching in with this Mac 10. He's going to get nice and close. The flash will pop behind him. He won't be blinded. Going out the back of the site. Deep Molotov. Going to lock these players at bay. Molotov fades. Fordy faking the bomb. The flash comes out. Gets off it. Fortunately, the rifles are in play, unblinded. They can mow them down. The flash, non-consequential, leaving Birria 1 versus 5. Going to be hunted by Preasy. Shoulder spotted. Crisp, clean round. Fretclot up to double digits, now 3 rounds away from making their way into the upper bracket semi-finals here in United21. Aggressive banana control on the car to Kono. Swing behind the car. Damage exchanged. Blitz comes out on top. Meantime, Ekplot, they've already got a game plan in mind, setting themselves up. This A site pop straight out towards Amp. Paul Bandana fully blinded. Turns around the pit and finds 2. In the meantime, all his teammates have fallen. The setup broken for Kono. 3 versus 2. Blitz holds down the rotation. Soltovsky falls, leaving Amster in a 1 versus 3. Amster's going to be creeping in up towards short. Not being cleared, not being spotted here. Catches Preasy out. He even finds a second. Detour not ready. Smoke and a kit on the bomb. Little bit of a hesitation to tap that bomb, and Blitz spamming in from the apps. Amsterd's going to get the 1 versus 3 clutch. Dynamo Ekplot let their guards down, and Kono are gifted off of the back of a hard-earned round from Amster, shifting in towards short. The one position he could catch them off guard, the one position they weren't holding. And boy, did Kono need that. can see their investment now. They're still able to buy thanks to winning the round. 2 M4s, 2 FAMSs, 1 MP9. Still 1 kit on Amster. Chrono able to take banana control. Beria taking point. Deep with this SMG. In the meantime, Eklot have just walked out the mid-smoke. They've identified it's potentially 3 towards B. They know Kono a very passive team. If there's only 2 A, normally you'd expect them to at least play to block early on A, but instead they're all the way back, and NBQQ has shifted all the way down. Blitz has now lined up the 2 banana players. NBQQ, beautiful headshot to Soltovsky. It leaves Paul Bandana locked in towards the pit, being overwhelmed. A clean round for Eklot. It all falls apart for Kono. And that round really showcases the difference between these two teams. We saw the entire of the T side, Kono. They would never ever do something like that. They'd never ever go for a contact play. Every single round for Kono, it was slow. It was a default. It was measured. It was map control taken with utility. Every time they'd hit a site, it was at the last second with a full execution. Easy to read. There was no fakes. There was no silent plays. They didn't play with information whatsoever. And by play with information, I mean they didn't play by giving fake information or using fake information. Amster, though, is still kicking. Eagle headshot to Preasy. Not going to find the second blitz trades. Molotov's keeping him isolated. 4 on 4, the weapon not retrievable. Dieter is going to be holding for the Apps aggression right now. Dynamo Eklot, no, they're up against a weak buy. Last 2 times they're up against pistols. They just walked in, cleared out this B-bomb site with a contact, a scout. Previously it was Kriaz on a Mac 10, but he's fallen here. It's going to be Blitz with the rifle. Clearing the site, walking through the edge of the smoke. Spot the legs if there's anyone underneath the first box, and missed smoke. And towards CT, that's one of the last smokes left. The only other smoke that Dynamo Eklot has is on Dieter. Okay, Blitz has used his, but that confirms his location into the pool, and now going to be overwhelmed. The push comes through, but MBQQ trades, albeit taking down his teammate in the process. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds left. Perfectly timed swing, MBQQ. No need to get that HE out. Exposed, traded. 26 seconds, bomb still on the back of Forzy. Gonna run back. And group with Detour. They need to accelerate towards this A bomb site. There's very little time left. Fortunately for them, Kono has bitten hard on the rotation. Silver lining for Kono, though, is that clearing out B, they can pick up these AKs, set themselves up for the 2-on-2 with rifles in hand. Forzy gets himself behind the default box, a nice off angle. Detour can cover his short and apps from here. Watch the bait and switch set up. Forzy shoulder spotted. I think, or perhaps a bit of a speculative spam, but Detour activates on low HP. He's going to find 2 beautiful headshots. Eklot weather the storm. Get themselves up into map, match, and series point here. Kono needs 6 in a row if they want to stay in the upper bracket. No warp up on Soltovsky, it's just going to be the rifles. Aggressive util. Doesn't do too much damage to Eklot. Take the bottom of banana securely. Missed Molotov, perhaps meant to land on sandbags. Blitz clears top banana regardless. Map control in their hands. Going to do have information towards mid. Clearing out mid, they throw retake util. It's a counter. Blitz out in the open towards the sandbag, but the HE obscures Amsterd's vision. It means Blitz gets a free headshot. Biria now locked in towards his site. Solo deploys a flash to try and buy time, but on the swing gets immediately headshot. Kono now in a 3 versus 4. They bite, they heavily rotate. They know the B site is free, but the rotations have been heard. The bomb is heading all the way over towards A. Kono are going to be left panicking in the comms right now. 3 players total were spotted hitting this B bomb site. One of them died.
Bomb has been planted.
And the bomb planted on A. MBQQ can still hold off the rotation series in a great position to. He can peek in towards CT. Griaz is going to be hearing these steps. Freakon to pull bandana. Spots Kinsizer. Even takes him down. 26 seconds left. Soltovsky has no chance.
Terrorists win.
And it's done. Dynamo Eklot take Inferno 13-6. A dominant victory there over Kono past the first map. Kono, honestly, a lot left to be desired. Kono, they had very little game plan. They couldn't adapt. Their entire game plan resolves around their opponent making mistakes. But Eklot just sat back and did nothing. And you can't make mistakes if you don't do anything. Just the timer expires. Either way, Kono are going to be going down to the lower bracket, and Dynamo Eklot remain in the upper bracket and move on to the upper bracket semi-finals. We've got another upper bracket quarter-final. We'll see who Eklot will be facing. It'll be the winner of L&G versus Preasy, but that's coming up next after a short 13-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Grab some food, and we'll be right back for this game. Well, welcome back to United21 Season 19. We've got the playoffs here today. We just saw the first game, which was Kono versus Dynamo Eklot of the upper bracket quarterfinals. And that one was honestly a disappointment from Kono. They failed to really show up when it mattered, and Dynamo Eklot managed to take that one 2-1, putting them through into the upper bracket semi-finals. Now, the next game coming up is LNG versus Preasy. We're going to see the winner of that will face Dynamo Eklot. The loser goes down to the lower bracket. Just looking at the results from the group stage for these two teams, how they managed to get here. LNG managed to top Group B. They had a decent run. They swept aside Australia's Talent, a relatively close game versus Unity. Preasy, on the other hand, only got through into the playoffs by the skin of their teeth. 2 double overtime matches against Viperio in a 2-1 victory, where, again, either of those matches that Preasy won went the other way, then that's it. They would have been grouped, and we would be seeing Viperio here instead. So they've got to fight here to make show us that they've earned that playoffs, that they deserve this spot, but it's not going to be easy against the likes of LNG. Hopefully we get the veto up on the screen anytime soon. And I'd be interested to see what the veto holds between these two teams, right? I'm just looking at the screen, and I believe, yeah, there we go, Anubis, Vertigo, and Ancient. So some decent maps for either side. I'll just look at the quick win rates for these teams. LNG haven't played too much on HLTV in the last 3 months, so there's not enough data to really go off of for what their map preferences are. But they've gone for the Anubis pick, a decent map for them up against Preasy, who don't have a great win rate on it. But then again, Preasy picked Vertigo, and their win rate's even worse on Vertigo, leaving their most played map of Ancient left over. It's going to be an exciting battle between these two teams. I'm expecting some back and forth. We already saw Asilian coming in for Preasy from the coach slot as the IGL now. We already saw some nice little cohesion, some great mid-rounding, some great reads from Preasy, considering the youth of their team. It was impressive to see, and if they're able to take that to LNG, a team who, the core of this team, like the Malkus and Krivda, have been around for a long time, battling through with this org. They've chopped and changed, some more Ukrainian players coming in with the likes of Marat 2K, Clio, and One Unique. It'll be interesting, again, really interesting to see how these two teams fare up against each other, considering the level that we've seen so far in this event. I'll just have a look at the Analytics Center just to double check exactly the sort of pick ban rates for these maps. And I'm just looking, and yeah, the first pick rate of 75% on Anubis for LNG. It's a very favourable map for them in terms of how comfortable they are, but they've not won it on HLTV in the last 3 months at all. 0% win rate. So it's a difficult map for them to choose, especially considering Preasy aren't too shabby at Anubis either. They don't shy away from that map with an 18% first pick rate. So I'm really struggling to see where this series is going to lie. Again, the winner goes through to the upper bracket semi-finals. They've got Dynamo Eklot waiting in the wings for them. The loser will go down to that lower bracket, which on the one hand means more games on HLTV, but at the end of the day, it's your placing that matters most. You want to make deep runs, and an upper bracket run is arguably easier than a lower bracket run. Yes, your teams that you're up against is harder, it's more difficult, you've got better opposition, but each win is worth more being in the upper bracket, and you always have that lower bracket to fall back on. You don't want to waste that lifeline so early on in the playoffs. And I'm just double checking on the stats as well. The ranking as well between these two teams is relatively similar. Neither of them really approaching that top 100. LNG ranked higher at 148, whilst Preasy are ranked 190. So again, the ranking between these two teams, we're not looking for high expectations, but both of these two teams are in that spot where they want to grind for the HLTV points, right? That's really what matters. In 2025, sure, we might see the Valve ranking take over, and that's what players will be grinding for, to get higher in the ranking, more likely to receive invites for tournaments. But right now, in 2024, it's HLTV points. That's what matters most for these two teams, and this is an opportunity for them to gain some more here in the playoffs of United21. We're just waiting for the players to join the server, so we'll take a quick pause, a quick break whilst we wait for them all to come on in. And so don't go anywhere. And we are back. All the players in the server here on Anubis. LNG's map pick. We're kicking off the first pistol round. Preasy starting on that T side. The more dominant side of this map. Preasy with a smoke and a flash. Currently creeping their way towards carpets. LNG seem to have read this well. A stack on towards that A bomb site. 2 players in towards mid, 3 towards A. It's almost a perfect mirror of Preasy. They are taking their time. They're not jumping the gun just yet. Waiting to see if any information is given their way first before they commit. Quiet on the server. Marat2K does eventually spot a player. Couple shots thrown Jabon's way. They're going to continue to search for this information. Preasy now. They're 2 lurking players grouping up with the rest of the squad just outside carpets, creeping in towards A main. Again, LNG stacked here. Cleo likely to be first point of contact. Malchus hides behind the pillar with Julie's. Cleo activates, beautiful shot. Counter flashbang comes in. Malchus swings. Good for 1, a quick trade. And Cleo still firing away. 1-man advantage for L and G. Preasy pick up the bomb. They're probably going to look to Scarpa to accelerate over towards the B bomb site, knowing that it's likely in a stack. They will get a free site. Should be able to guarantee this bomb plant. Bone going to be committing to it. Cillian hunting to take control of the extremities. Finds Marat2K, but he also finds a bullet to the chrome. Jabone, 1 versus 3, P250 in hand. Spots out the first 2 players, can't quite land the shots. They're closing the distance, pivoting around the pillar, and it will be Krivda to finish him off. LNG get the defuse, the first round on the board. But Preasy, all things considered, bearing in mind they were walking into a stack, getting a 1 plant there isn't too shabby. Bomb plant, a couple kills, gives Preasy this opportunity right here. The second round investment. 3 Galils, 3 rifles, compared to the 2 of LNG. Quip has had to skimp out on a helmet to afford his. So it does make the MP9s and the M4 a little bit more deadly. Should he receive a bullet to the chromium. Slow round for Preasy. A map like Anubis, it's very T-sided. Or at least, historically speaking, it's leaned more so to the T side. Simply because the Ts start with so much of the map control. There's such a heavy advantage. Now, on a map like Inferno, if you think of the T side default in phases, phase 1 is to establish map control, is to take map control. Phase 2 is then to sit and wait and play with the rotations. Now, because on Anubis you already start with that map control, you start in phase 2. You've already skipped phase 1. It means you've got a full 1 minute 30 to play with in phase 2, where you work with the rotations, you play with the information. 1-for-1 trade. Malchus good for 1. The headshot does come to bite back Equip. The lack of helmet means that M4 was a 1 shot. But regardless, he's traded. The rifles can then be picked up again. Cillian drops a flash in towards camera that doesn't blind any of these players on LNG who have bait and switch in ploy. Cillian left. Now in the 1 versus 1 after trading out Jabone's death. Molotov. 10 seconds left. He's got to try and get this bomb planted. The longer he takes, the less time the Molotov has. Now 1 unique starts to shift in towards camera. Smoke dropped. Gives Cillian some space to work with. Some chaos. And he'll win the fight as 1 unique edges around the corner. The experienced IGL of the Cillian finds the 1 versus 2 clutch. Important and impactful round there. That means LNG, their economy in tatters, their loss bonus removed, essentially. Got no choice but to force to attempt a third round break. I've got 357s, a Deagle, MP9, it's not great, very weak utility. And I mentioned this map already T-sided because the T's start with most of the map control already. They already start on phase 2 of the default. Wide swing. Comes out from the pistols. Well timed to isolate the one player, but there's extra 2 players they didn't account for. Alright, and one unique. Left in the 2 versus 4. Players, their teammates, have fallen beside them. Got no map control, very little information. What information they did have has long since expired. Preasy. I'll wait the clock out, wait for any reactions. They send 2 lurkers to either site to get some information. Jabone towards A, Becky towards B. See what they can find. Jabone be on the receiving end of a Deagle shot. Confirmation, at least one player lies towards A. Likely, I mean a good read from Preasy to be honest, that it's a stack, but if it wasn't a stack, it could have been dangerous. Fortunately then Becky has cleared out the bomb site. Bomb will be planted in the nick of time. And then G shift in towards Temple. And the smoke blooms right in their face as they're about to peek. Preasy cutting this round close. I understand the idea of the 1-2-1 there in the 4 vs 2. Sending 2 lurkers. A lurker to either site to get information to see which one's clear. It makes sense, assuming that LNG are going to be stacking the 2 players, which they were. At the end of the day, it's a good read. But if they read that wrong and LNG weren't stacked, that could have been disastrous. Could have ended up walking into off angles, losing 2 players into a 2-on-2 with 10 seconds left without either bomb site. That could have just completely flopped. It all hinged on the fact that LNG were stacked with 2 players towards A. They are able to recover an AK for their troubles though. Weapon which one unique can now use to try and find an opening kill against Preasy. Seems all 5 Preasy players setting their way up towards B in middle. Early utility, going to push back Marrett. Equipped with the Mac 10, going to be searching. Catches Marrett rotating back, but can't quite confirm the kill. Making a little bit of pressure. And I love this boost from one unique, but it's clear. Ooh, Becky was about to clear it, but it's almost like he didn't believe that there was going to be someone there. But they spot the AK. Preasy, they don't want anything to do with it. Fortunate for them, they have a consolation. Equip. Haven't cleared out middle. They have plenty of map control to work with. They can cut off the rotation of this AK and they can split, reacting towards this A bomb site. Beautiful shots from Equip. Now one unique activates. It's trades back and forth. 2 versus 1. Making a 1 versus 1. Malchus. 3 points of health in a 1 versus 1 against Grilla. If Malchus clears out this backhand side now, the timing could have been absolutely horrendous then for Grilla. But that's how you want to set up a round. If you're LNG and you've got a hero AK, 1 saved rifle, you want to set it up. The boosts are one of the most effective ways to do that. Because at the end of the day, that USP who one unique is stood up upon is next to useless. But you can use him to elevate, get your rifle into an unorthodox angle, an angle which the T's aren't going to expect, and get 1 free kill. 1 kill that can turn the tide of a round. effectively snowball. 3-1 LNG. They have the rifles out, the M4s in play. Not the greatest buy. Their utility is quickly faded. Only one smoke, 2 flashes and a HE left. And that smoke has just been burnt. There's 1 minute 15 on the clock and now they have 0 smokes. Nothing to block, nothing to keep Preasy away from the bomb sites. Preasy have plenty of utility to execute if they want. LNG don't have information, nor do they have counter utility. This is a dire situation. They're going to have to rely on some individuals popping up, finding the right timings, or Preasy making some epic mistakes. Information gather in towards middle. Good play from Malkis, drops down. On towards the ledge, finds Jaboan. Quick information. Traded back and forth, but Preasy have managed to find a couple kills on towards the site. 3 versus 2. Grilla deals with Malkis, leaving Krivda in a 1 versus 2. 1 versus 3 clutch if he wins it. They tap the bomb and then go for the double swing. Well recovered from Preasy. I like the attempt from LNG. That's what they needed to do, considering they had no utility, was get information. So that they could act with an advantage, despite not having utility to gain an advantage with. The flank comes in at the perfect timing. But nevertheless, Preasy, in the chaos of the mid-round, with that fast flank from Malkis, they recover. Puts LNG onto just pistols. Couple 5-7, the rest on Deagles. Fast from Asilian in towards cave. Drops some Molotov. Get some information. Malkis retakes. Malkis being licked by the flames right now. Down on to 52 points of health. Again, posturing this part of the map, burning their utility. Let me clear everything. A Molotov comes in. LNG after relentless pressure into cave. LNG decide to vacate B and stack towards A in middle. They've read this well. Easier grouping up over towards this A site. They've pressured so much towards cave, they're hoping they bought a rotation out towards B. That's not the case. 30 seconds left. Preasy start to accelerate. Asilian taking point. Comes in towards the heavens. Good for 1, good for 2. They stack, quickly being foiled. 20 seconds. It's just Krivda left on the site. Down towards the broken wall. He's found 1, found 2. But is eventually traded. Some nice shots, but a little too late. 1v5. Too tall a task. Is Preasy get their 5th. Rifles come out for LNG. They start to get a little bit more inquisitive, aggressive. Smoke towards the stairs. Gives him 1 unique, the room. To work his way out towards cave, get some information. But again, this utility is going to fade. Preasy have the time. It's Anubis. They have a lot of map control already. They can sit and wait out the utility. They focus their attention towards mid. A couple flicks of the flames on towards equip. Does alert LNG to the possibility. And they've got 3 players stacked here ready. Marat anticipates the fade of the smoke, but 2 quick trades make it 3. All 3 players for LNG full. Preasy had their own setup exploit. And Krivda domed by Asilian. One Unique. The player who started off this round with aggression. Now the last alive for LNG. Sitting with the open plant towards jail. One Unique locked out. I'm not sure if he's going to go for this, to be honest. I mean, he smoked out in a 1 versus 4 with no kit or smoke. Will be granted a kill onto Asilium, but now he's locked in. Becky coming in from CT spawn. Spots the shoulder. Confirms the position. Just playing to keep One Unique boxed in. Nothing much One Unique could do there. Forced to take the fight. Ends up taking the fight on Becky's terms. Tactical timeout called. LNG really struggling to find rounds here on their map pick. That's what we find so surprising. With the full round loss bonus, they can afford some extra commodities in the form of a couple MP9s, a couple of Eagles, and a 5.7. 4 of which are backed with Kevlar. But again, Preasy can just play this slow, constrictive style on Anubis. I mean, earlier this morning we saw Kono really struggle in such a slow style on the T side. But on a map like Anubis, this is exactly where you want to employ it. Blocking towards mid. Now LNG blocking towards cave. Well-timed smoke. Molotov will push Cleo back. Preasy march on through. Set themselves up for a split. Malchus caught, stuck behind the pillar. Utility now reigns on in. Smoke's going to lock down the rotations. 40 seconds. Preasy don't need to rush. They take their time. Let the utility do its job. Methodically clearing these angles, making sure they don't get caught off guard. Cleo traded. Beautiful shot from Equip. The flank from One Unique fails. And Krivda alone again in a 1 versus 4. Spotted towards the CT cave. Been holding the tightest of angles there. At the end of the day, with the AWP, he needs to land 1 bullet. Gripper's just going to run away and save his armour. Got more than enough to buy next round, but the Kevlar would perhaps mean he could drop over an AWP. He could almost certainly get an AWP here. No, he's just going to go for the M4. Oh, there you go. No, there is an AWP. Invested by Malchus. I think Krivda did end up selling and bought the AWP, dropped it over. AWP with Jaboan. Just for an opening play in towards mid. No LNG players on the receiving end. Oh, we've had a player drop from the server. Marat 2K. Disconnected. I'm not sure if any damage has been done. If damage has been done, I think they can restart the round if LNG request it, but I don't think they have. LNG are just going to play on. Less damage was done to Marat 2K. Quip. Trades 1 for 1. Finds an opening. Flank from Krivda fails. Malchus and Cleo left to try and defend this B bomb site. The location of both of these players should be known, but they are locked out behind these smokes. Preasy can still safely get this bomb planted. 3 versus 2. They fall back into a post-plant position. Malchus activates with the AWP. Cleo clears out cave. It's just a Cillian left in a 1 versus 2. Bomb being stuck by Cleo. The timing on this, he's holding on the left-hand side. The Cillian will deny the defuse. Malchus now left in the 1 versus 1. He's got to search for Cillian and there's simply no time left to defuse. Another 1 versus 2 clutch. The coach turned IGL for Cillian. Tactical pause taken from LNG. The second of the half. Much needed. At the moment, nothing is going right for them. Preasy are walking all over LNG. They're playing a slow default, working that map control, constricting LNG. Not falling victim to any LNG aggressions, any LNG attempts for opening kills. And then Preasy given all the room to work with to set themselves up in whatever they desire. LNG need to find a way to be a little bit more disruptive here. They've managed to go on a couple flanks, but every single flank that LNG have managed to go on has been either a little bit too late or only good for one and done. And here's the aggression that I mentioned. It's a rush in towards middle, smoke on towards left side, splitting B main and mid simultaneously. Now they have a one-man advantage. Cillian cuts that down. Quickly traded though, maintained by Krivda. Preasy now forced to accelerate here towards B. So Malchus lies in wait with a 5-7. Team Flash comes in and he finds 2. LNG much better. An orchestrated aggressive round. Disrupting Preasy's process. The issue is it's come so late in the half. Preasy are already up on 8 on their T side of Anubis. Preasy tried to fight ahead on LNG after successful aggression. They feign aggression this time, throwing the smoke towards stairs from T-spawn. Normally it would lock out Preasy. Preasy aren't respecting it. They've read the whole point of that smoke was to just delay Preasy for another 20 seconds. The smoke fades and 2 beautiful shots. Jabone didn't expect them to both be left-hand side of that angle. 2-man advantage now for LNG, well earned. You have to try and recover. Becky on the B lurk. Spam desperation to see if he can find a cheeky kill through the smoke. Cillian now lurking out off the shoulder of 1 unique. 1 unique, only 10 points of health. No HEs to finish him off. Preasy look to converge on this B bomb site with the 3 players lying in wait. A well-placed smoke is going to lock them out behind the platform. Becky drops a left side smoke. flash in towards cave. Dark, sorry, and it's a push through from Equip, and he finds two. A beautiful play from Preasy. They anticipate the reaction to those smokes and counter perfectly. There is a trade, but the advantage falls from 2 to 1. Leg spotted from Asilian. Free kill onto Malchus's flank. Vacates cave. The steps almost certainly heard. LNG then accelerate on the retake. 18 seconds left. They do have 2 kits, but no smoke to deny this bomb. 1 versus 2 for Becky. Bomb only just now tapped. Swings, but Marat wins the fight. LNG able to get their 3rd round on the board, surviving with 2 players. We can't find the AWP. Okay, no, they have. Krivda picks that up. He can drop that over to Malchus. Oh, beautiful. Reactive smoke there from Cleo. Or was it 1 unique? I believe it was 1 unique. Prevents the lurk smoke, means they still have info. Last round of the half, Preasy finally seeing cracks in their investment, their funds starting to break. They have to work with MAC-10s. Working with MAC-10s incentivizes a set piece. The utility comes raining on this A bomb site, but they're not committed. These incendiaries are going to fade by the time they commit. Krivda does get spotted repositioning. Smoke down onto all the stairs, but the rotation has come in. 2 players walk out through camera. Becky mops them up, and blink and you miss it. LNG, despite having the rotation, despite Preasy taking a decent amount of time to actually get into that site, Preasy find the openings, leaving 1 unique and a 1 versus 3. Drops incendiary. It's going to push out Becky. Wins the fight and take a point of damage. Bomb not planted. Asilian and Jabone going to stick together, maintain trade potential. Jabone needs to go first with the MAC-10, and he will. The double peak comes out. Too much for 1 unique to handle, and Preasy get a 9th. 9-3. A very strong half from Preasy. LNG only just managed to wake up on round number 10 with some aggression. MR12 is so punishing if you're slow to adapt. You have to be so quick on your toes to be able to make the necessary adaptations if you're constantly being abused, if you're losing round after round. LNG only able to get, or enough time to get 2 rounds out of their adaptation. Oh, we swap over. LNG now on the T side. Here on the pistol. Smoke flash brought up for Marat 2K. P250 for Malchus. Set themselves up, holding for any aggression. Malchus taking point with this P2. For Preasy, it's a 1-3-1 setup. The firing squad at the back of middle. Passive towards B. Hiding spot for Grilla towards A. Although, if he's playing a hiding spot, you'd think it'd be better if he had a USP rather than a P2000. Silenced weapon. Silent across the map from LNG. They slowly creep their way in. Clearing the close corners, making sure Preasy aren't hiding behind any of these. Now they start to converge over towards A, shifting in towards A main. With 4 players, a smoke and a flash still in play for Marat. Smoke deployed towards camera. Flash going to come on in, will blind the rotating players. Grilla not blind, good shot on the first. Messy on the second, quickly traded. Rotations have been able to come through the camera smoke. Grilla is delayed enough 4 versus 4. The information spotted. One Unique can confirm at least 2 to 3 players here towards A. So they sprint, clear out this B bomb site, which Cleo already ahead of them. Got himself up towards the platform. And LNG, after full rotations, planted the bomb here on B. Doing a quick to try and retake through CT. The double swing comes out. A wild spam from Malchus. Won't even get the kill. It's Cleo with the triple. Big round from LNG. It's the constant narrative. The CT pistol. Losing that is not great for Preasy. LNG going to be thankful for winning that. Meaning Preasy can't really go for a full investment. Going to be ecoing just as 2 flashbangs invested for a quip. Taking them over towards A. It's going to be a full site stack. And in G, again, it's a slow default for them. One Unique with this Mac 10. Used as a forward scout. Setting themselves up in towards A main. The Molotov is well timed. The flash comes in. But behind the flames, Jabowen finds a kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that's information. Krivda can pass across. The Mac 10 now looking to farm, but again, it's another 1-for-1. Jabowen with a double dinks. One Unique now being overwhelmed. He's got to dance around this pillar to try and isolate the fights, and does so successfully. Leaving Jabowen in a 1 versus 3. One Unique. Farm 3 kills on the Mac 10. Only 2 Mac 10s lost for LNG. A couple kills there for Jabowen on the USP. One more and perhaps he would have gone for a sniper. Instead he's going to stick with the M4. Seeing a lot of M4A4s on Preasy. Okay, and LNG set themselves up for this A side default equip, going for aggression, punished by Malchus. LNG have just barged their way in front of this stair smoke, not respecting it at all. Preasy weren't ready for it. 3 kills in quick succession. Now Jabowen looks to try and mow them down on the M4, but he's only good for 1 before being traded. Becky left in a 1 versus 4. Open plant. Yeah, first gun round. Preasy with their limited utility. They try and lay down the law with a bit of aggression. The smoke that lands towards the stairs from T-spawn. They try and fight, split the waters from A main and cave. But NG have zero respect for it. They're out in front of it. Not blinded. They take the fights. Preasy caught off guard. Another triple kill for one Unique.
Terrorists win.
Closing the distance now, 9-6. 3 in a row. Primed to make it 4. Unless Preasy can set up this M4 for Becky. Saw LNG bring it down to a 1 versus 1 when they had a hero AK. See where Preasy choose to use this saved rifle, taking it towards A main. Backed up by Grilla and Jabowen. LNG continue this default, heavy towards water, heavy towards A main control. Molotov going to break the setup, but reaction from Preasy, they block, drop the smoke. LNG haven't cancelled their approach here towards A. A reaction to being blocked to just make a little bit of presence over towards B. Double Molotovs gets Marat towards Cave, and he's going to search for info here. Spots the head of Asilian. But he'll find the Quip in middle. But that kill in mid is going to cause LNG to accelerate here towards A. Well, the M4 lies in wait, but it does nothing. Instant headshot. It's a clean sweep for LNG, losing only one kill. Losing only one player in Krivda towards A main. Now they've brought back this game within 2 rounds. Preasy now have the full investment. They have the extra utility if they want to play for time. They can play to block. We saw on the first buy round, with the lack of utility they had, they were kind of forced to try and take the fight on their terms, get themselves an advantage. Now they can use that clock. Get the smokes with the incendiaries. Set themselves up in a 2-1-2. Again, LNG, they're constantly just defaulting over here towards A, working water control, working A main, and Jaboan, a missed AWP shot, unsuccessful. Fortunately, Griller steps up on the plate with 3. Beautiful spray, beautiful control, poor spacing from LNG. Griller gets out of there, drops the incendiary, and falls away. Equip. And rotated in. Now a 2-man advantage for Preasy. LNG shifting in to try and recover the round, but Asilian out in the open, unexpected by Marat. Here's Cleo. 1 versus 4. Bomb on his back, does have that as an opportunity. Again, doesn't expect Becky to be deep into B main. Well timed jiggle. Preasy get to double digits. They put a stop to the streak of rounds from LNG. Again, it gets scary. LNG, they were setting themselves up for another A set piece. Preasy try and counter with 2 players in towards A main, but Jaboan whiffs. And Griller in a committed angle bails them out with that 3-piece. Round 18, both teams fully investing. Much slower hold for LNG. Previously, they'd work heavy water control. This time leaning a little bit further towards the left-hand side of the map in the middle. 1 unique, still given the freedom to work cave, doing so solo. Meantime, 3 of his teammates walk in towards middle. Currently undefended. Preasy, they're playing for the A site, but they don't have info on A main or middle. They're very blind, very vulnerable to a split here. Flashbang to set up Malchus to the peak with the AWP. Baited out a lot of utility from Preasy. Their reaction after losing A main and middle to play further for Heaven control. An extra rotation comes in due to how compromised a situation this is on A. Equip joins Griller and Jaboan. Now, there's been a distinct lack of B presence right now. Only a single smoke just thrown. That is going to incentivize the Equip rotation. Utility comes raining on in towards this A site. Equip now coming back into play. Preasy playing for the Heavens. Griller isolated. Locked in towards that site. Equip now falls. Jaboan cancelled out by the smoke towards Heaven. LNG have the bomb plan. 5 versus 3. Preasy should be looking to save. And it's a well thought out methodical round from LNG. Taking mid, taking A main. You set yourself up for the split. You push the CTs back. And then you just execute. But what Preasy needed to do there was some sort of reaction beyond just sitting in Heaven. They needed to try and perhaps take middle. Perhaps retake it. They couldn't sit and just try and defend the site from there, especially with Griller on the site and Jaboan towards Heaven. Are you playing retake or are you playing to hold? If you're playing to hold, then Heaven, you're just going to get isolated from an execute. perhaps expecting the split to come through, but even then, while they had the players on A, they didn't actually have a setup. LNG answer back. Double mollies into the middle again. Similar setup, looking to work mid control. Slow assault here from LNG, posturing for map control. Bit of pressure applied towards A main. Smoke to blind the CTs to their approach. Still a 2-1-2 for Preasy. Still have info in middle. Very little pressure applied to this B bomb site. That means they've got full utility to defend it. If LNG choose to go for an execution, the reactive utility can be thrown. There you go. Smoke, Molotov, well timed. Marat now isolated in front of the site. Good HE. The smoke, not useful. Becky, in fact, going to find the kill. HE to blow up in the smoke. If anything, that exposes Becky Asilian. Kind of throwing his teammate to the wolves there by blowing open that smoke. Bomb is planted by LNG, 4-on-4. Preasy can set themselves up for the retake. They don't have much utility left. They burnt it all trying to defend the site that they're playing retake upon. Malchus pins Asilian to the wall. Smoke. Dropped on the bomb. Really good for one, but again, Malchus with his orphan towards B main is just firing down hellfire. I'm not sure what the plan there was from Preasy. You've got so much util. They then play to block. And then they burn all their util trying to deny the bomb plant. Asilian also using that HE actually ends up killing Becky, giving them a 4-on-4. I mean, I just remember looking at the utility and they had like 3 belts full before LNG executed. But by the time the smokes faded, Preasy had nothing. If you're going to use your util to block, then you block. You hold. Commit to the fight. If you're going to play retake, if you're going to hide behind the smokes and wait for your teammates to come in, save your utility for that retake. If they had saved that, and then in the 4-on-4, they could have smoked off A main, Malchus wouldn't have been a problem. They could have mollied off cave, you can then isolate the fights, kill anyone who's on the site whilst the rest of the players are locked out, then focus your attention towards the extremities. But instead they burn all their utility and they're forced to fight these players on the site whilst they're still exposed to the extremities. The round crumbles in Preasy's hands. LNG now ride within 1. LNG deploys some utility to block information towards cave. Smoke towards cave, smoke towards B main, smoke towards window. Try and keep Preasy blind. Successfully kept this Preasy defense leaning heavy towards B and mid. A is currently not being watched. As soon as I say that, Preasy start to shuffle their defense, shift back over. Moving into a 2-1-2. In fact, I think Preasy might be getting counter-aggressive here. Grilla and Equip. Set themselves up to try and take A main. Flashed in for the fight. That flash will alert Krivda to their potential presence. They have secured the control. Now, they're making a lot of noise about this, and as they're being loud about taking A main, LNG is shifting over towards B. Working their way in towards cave, in towards B main. With this information, Preasy could perhaps get a rotate on, but I think they're going to commit to retake B here, playing towards CT. But again, Asilian drops this incendiary. That's the last incendiary, a utility that they could have used to play on the retake. It does delay for 5 seconds. Means that there's time to rotate in, but no left side smoke, and both Asilian and Becky are demolished. I'm not 100% sure what the thought process is for Asilian burning these incendiaries every single time LNG execute on the site. Preasy on a retake setup, yet Asilian's burning his Molotov. Yes, they delayed for 5 seconds for the retake in that scenario. The previous one, there's literally no need. Like, in other words, are you playing retake or are you not? If you're playing retake, you need the utility to retake with.
Terrorists win.
Regardless, I don't believe that was too heavy of a factor in this round, as in the retake setup, no left side smoke. The CTs were exposed. I've lost their aim duels. 10 to 10. We are tied up. It's turning into quite a brawl here on Anubis. From a 9-3 half. We're 10 to 10. Preasy still able to invest thanks to the save. Malchus holds the peak, knows that Preasy are constantly trying to contest for A main control at the start of the rounds. It's a free kill for him, especially as a reaction to this stairs smoke. And Preasy's aggression when it comes to water with the stair smoke trying to take it is just... it's damp. It's like a wet paper towel. And now in the 3-on-4, Preasy elect to make a gamble rotation over towards A and one unique. I'm not sure if he heard the rotation, but he's found the perfect time. Sneaks in towards Temple. Asilian, but completely unawares. Should be another save for Preasy. Gonna have to forfeit this lead. They're not able to pick up the AWP in A main. There we go. Becky's picked up the AWP.
Bomb has been planted.
And Jabot and bottom of the scoreboard right now, struggling to find impact with the sniper rifle. Malchus, on the other hand, start to heat up on this T side. AWP will be removed from his hands, though, as he walks into Becky's crosshair.
Terrorists win.
LNG take the lead, 11 to 10. 2 rounds away from taking their map pick, and what feels like stealing their map pick, considering this was a 9-3 half. Again, Preasy throw the stairs smoke. This time LNG choose to respect it. Not anymore. Krivda drops the incendiary. The Molotov prevents them pushing out of A main. Fights in front of it. Information play from Preasy. They're flashed in towards B main. Asilian gets away. LNG now start to converge on towards this B bomb site. Becky and Asilian, after aggressively pushing in towards B main, they prod and poke in towards cave, but they don't anticipate Krivda to already be so close as they fall back. Asilian gets wrangled by the neck. Deep smoke to the right hand side. The site belongs to them. Bomb will be planted safely. One unique fighting through the edge, finds 2 beautiful headshots off the flash from Malchus, who he himself finds a kill, leaving Draboan in a 1 versus 5. Scoreline 11-10, and you can see he's tempted to go for this, seeing what he can find. We'll get a free kill on towards Cleo. And now with his location known, the hounds are unleashed. LNG start to try and sniff him out, circling in like sharks. Malkis taking steps here. Free kill for Jaboan. But again, they're closing in on his location. Gonna find a third. How many can he find? Finds fourth. Just one unique left. He's searching in towards camera. Steps now heard. And Jaboan will get the ace saving. Certainly a consolation prize, right? 5 kills in a 1 versus 5, but the bomb explodes anyway. Or she would commit him to the save in the first place. Perhaps some confidence kills for Jaboan. Again, like I mentioned earlier, he's not firing on all cylinders like you'd come to expect from the AWP of Preasy. Those 5 kills put him towards the top of the scoreboard, but beforehand he wasn't even on double digits. Aggression from Preasy now. They look to try and take this fight on their terms. Fighting towards middle, but Malkis. Again, LNG comfortable fighting in front of this stairs smoke. Jaboan does find an AWP kill on towards Grifter. A 1-man advantage for Preasy, something they haven't had the luxury of having most of this half. He caught out in the open, but still good for 1 before being traded. Man advantage maintained for Preasy. LNG starts to throw their util, looking to commit. Smoke deployed on the right hand side of site. Malkis finds a quip on the flank. They're taking their time, and Preasy are slowly but surely making their way in. That HE from Jaboan will give away his location. Griller will deny the plant. Quick trade from Cleo. Now a 1 versus 1, and Jaboan smoked off. Missed AWP shot. Whips out the deagle. A whiffed shot. LNG will win a 3-on-4. A 2 versus 3 there to take Anubis. What a comeback from 9-3 to 13-10. A massive fight there from LNG when it looked like, honestly, it looked like we were going to see a 2-0, especially considering they don't play Vertigo. Vertigo, the map that is up next, that is Preasy's map pick. So, looking forward to that one. Don't go anywhere. 10 minutes, quick little break, and we're continuing with this series. Welcome back, everybody, to United21 Season 19. In the middle of a best of 3, LNG versus Preasy. LNG just made an insurmountable comeback on Anubis. From 9-3 down to take it 13-10. But now we're on Preasy's map pick of Vertigo, a map which LNG do not have much experience on. They haven't played it at all on HLTV in the last 3 months. Kicking off the pistol. Cillian, smoke flash, Molotov on Jaboan. And it's setting up all 5 players at the bottom of the ramp here. A couple flashes from LNG. It's baited out. Some panic spray from Preasy. Lots of shots fired, a lot of information gathered. You can see LNG. Multiple players lying in wait. The swing comes through and Cillian finds 2. A 2-man advantage now for Preasy in a 4 versus 2. Last 2 players for LNG, 1 unique in Krivda. Remaining on this A-bomb site, they now group up, search for information. But Preasy, they vacated the ramp. Shifting their way over towards B. They now accelerate. What matters is they trade, group up together. And even if one player falls, there's a second to quickly find the revenge. Bomb planted, LNG both coming in on the flank, but Jaboan anticipates. Still considering Krivda. Does spot him out. Means the rest of Preasy can now assert their attention towards the flank of the B-bomb site, but Krivda is likely going to save his Kevlar hurt. No kit in play. Doesn't fancy his chances in a 1 versus 3.
Terrorists win.
1-0 start here for Preasy. LNG on that CT side, no funds to work with, but the single saved Kevlar from Krivda is going to entice them into a second round force buy. They're going to attempt to find a second round break. 3 MP9s brought up. Krivda and Malkis saving a little bit extra cash in the bank. Malkis, no doubt, wanted to get an AWP out as soon as possible. Not sure on Krivda's intentions with saving the extra cash. Perhaps in case he farms extra cash, maybe he can afford one and drop it over to Malkis. Energy going to be stacked towards middle with 3 players. Bowen spots out Marrett. Griller. Under cover of that lurk smokes, granted the space to find Krivda. Comes through for LNG. All 4 players here. Molotov going to push back 1 unique. Finishing the smoke on the left hand side of the site gives the CTs cover to work their way back into the site. Preasy just throwing some speculative util here. They still have plenty left. They'll try and keep LNG locked out. Spam through the smoke finds 1 unique. He's cleared out. In the meantime, Equip has cleared all of the A site, coming in on this flank, and is going to pull the rotation away from B. Right was Preasy. Commit to the plan. Now going to try and hunt him down. The eagle spam from Marrett will connect. And Cleo's actually found one on towards Becky. 3 versus 2, but the health is low on LNG. Marrett certainly vacating. Cleo sticking around to see if he can find another kill. But I think Preasy will look to save these rifles, keep them up to fight for the next round, bolster their economy. They don't want to risk losing them by hunting for exit frags.
Terrorists win.
Or I say exit frags, hunting for saving players. Vice versa, Cleo and Marrett 2K clutching onto these SMGs, not wanting to go for exits. Can still use them here in round number 3. It will be a full eco for LNG, but they saved. SMGs do give them an opportunity. a slightly better odds in this round. Simply the presence of those primary weapons. Becky. The timing. Becky. I don't realise that one unique's already crossed and closed the distance. Now Becky's going to get overwhelmed. The wild spray can't connect. A free kill. Clear with the MP9. Going to collect the $600 kill reward. And rifle retrieved for one unique. Preasy now forced to accelerate up on towards this B-bomb site. The HE going to finish off Krivda. But they don't overcommit. They're happy with an equalising frag. They don't want to force the issue. Becky with a heavy LNG rotation to stack B here. Preasy now set their sights over towards A. Util deployed. Taking gap control, splitting the site in half. Bomb planted. LNG. Setting themselves up behind these smokes. One of them replenished. Could unlock them out of this choke point a little bit longer. One unique might be tempted to try and save this AK now, especially on low HP. Even if they attempt this retake, you should be dropping over that AK. Bomb planted in a wide open spot. Preasy can safely play passive in these tucked away angles, which are hard to clear. And there you go. LNG eliminated, wiped off the board. I still think one unique could have saved that AK. That would have been great for the funds. Instead, they throw it away. Regardless, that extra cash that Malchus initially saved affords him that sniper rifle. Round number 4, LNG get the rifles out. They can go for this buy. They can try and contest. Preasy. Looking to set a precedent early over towards B here. A 1-1-3. Jaboan trusted to just fire a little bit of presence down over towards A. Throws the smoke at the top of the ramp to block. To blind the CT so they can't comfortably leave single player jump spotting. A little bit of damage done there to one unique. Again, down low. B stairs under the control of Preasy. LNG had been pushed back to play a little bit more passive on A as well. Fortunately for LNG, Preasy giving away the warning signs of the presence being made at the bottom of the ramp. HE, in fact, on the griller, is going to finish off Krivda over towards B. A free kill. Man advantage. Equip now. Searching up through gap. Throwing some initial utility. Block over towards A. Malchus fully blind. Domes equipped. In the meantime, Preasy they accelerate over towards B. A strong fake. A well orchestrated round. You push back LNG, blind them over towards A. You then throw the utility. Good flashes. Bait out that rotation from LNG, and then you just pop on towards that B bomb site where you've already killed their anchor. And that's the thing, right? As the anchor on sites, often you're the last player to rotate. You stay on your site until you see the bomb. It's a rule which anchors, most people who play anchor spots should know this. That unless you've seen the bomb, there's no need to rotate, because you can't rotate. If you rotate early, you're not going to get there in time to help defend the site regardless. As an anchor, you're only rotating to retake a site, not to hold the site. So there's no point in you rotating early. But LNG, their anchor player on B had gone down. Therefore, it was their mid player who was anchoring that B bomb site. And their mid player, the protocol in the back of his head is, okay, the A site is hit. Let me rotate to support and help hold the site. But in reality, because he's now filling in that anchor spot, his protocol should be, I'm only going to rotate to retake the site, not to help hold it. That means Preasy, with that fake, they get a free B-bomb site. They get a 4th round in a row. LNG save a couple of their weapons that they're still able to buy here. Malchus still with a sniper rifle. See if he can use this weapon to great effect. He saved early to try and afford this weapon. This time some aggression from LNG down in towards the B stairs. They take control, but in the meantime Preasy, they're contacting in towards middle. Thriller trying some utility to make them uncomfortable. Flush them out with B stairs, push them back, keep their attention here. Lost the rest of Preasy. Look to find the taking towards middle. Perfect boost. Malchus, the AWP, removed. Unable to find impact this round. Beautiful HE softens up Cleo. The second HE here would be disastrous. Oh, down to 17 points of health. Utility from Preasy so far this map. It's been nothing short of excellent. Smoke from one unique towards the bottom of the scaffold. Well timed. It's not going to stop Preasy walking up the ramp. I believe they should have seen the trajectory of that smoke. They're aware that scaffold could be a possibility. LNG though in the 4 on 5. They're gambling towards B. Which is fair. The last couple times Preasy have hit the B bomb site late. After getting their opening kill. After getting a man advantage. But this time Preasy set themselves up towards A. Molotoving the gap. Molotoving Ivy. Clearing that out. They can then wrap in towards the site. Hitting the site successfully. Marit is going to find one in the process. Almost finds a second, but the aim punch as Grilla lands a headshot through the wall. Finishes him off with the body shot. And now LNG, Cleo and Krivda should be looking to save. Cleo's managed to recover Malchus's AWP. Saved weapons, but LNG, they need to start fighting back again. We saw this on Anubis. Preasy's T side swept the floor with LNG, and it took LNG far too long to adapt. Over on Anubis, the issue for LNG was, at least on their T side, was that they weren't getting aggressive. They weren't disrupting Preasy. They were allowing Preasy to basically get away with their plan. They weren't stopping Preasy from playing their game. And eventually they learnt this, got aggressive, and they won 2 rounds off the back of it, which got them that 9-3 scoreline at the half instead of an 11-1. Here on Vertigo, LNG have been able to get a little bit aggressive, at least over towards B, but they're not finding anything off the back of their aggression, or limited aggression they have right now. Preasy is still free to play how they want. Again, they take B stairs control. Bit of util towards mid. LNG bite on the rotation. 4 players now with their attention over towards mid. Malchus does have ramp control, holding a tight angle on the sandbags. They're going to be going for a boost. Oh, it's beautiful. That's a beautiful boost. It wasn't as simple as just one player standing on top of the other's head. There's a set of stairs set up for Jaboan so that he could jump on the player crouch and then he could strafe onto the other player's head so he didn't have the jumping inaccuracy and he could land a beautiful shot onto Malkis. Incredible from Preasy, anticipating that angle. They know the counter, and not only that, they adjust for the weakness of that counter, which is the inaccuracy of jumping. Beautiful. Man advantage now for Preasy, and again, Energy got to try and recover this one. Equip back, not exposed to Marat. Marat's still boosted, waiting for this, but Equip's just going to walk his way up towards the alleyway. Cover the smoke. Equip is going to hit all these rotations. In the meantime, the B site is empty. Energy, again, they're making these gamble rotations with a man disadvantage. They're constantly leaving a site open, and Preasy seems to find the right site every single time. Now, one unique looks to try and hunt down Equip to find a safe place to save. Going to clear Equip's angle. In fact, Equip is going to mow down 2. And Jaboan then activates to trade on one unique, leaving Marat on a 1 versus 4. Which Jaboan will not let him save. I believe that's at least 3 rounds where Preasy have managed to work to get an opening pick. That one was beautiful. But at least 3 rounds where LNG have been in that 4 versus 5 disadvantage, they've gamble stacked the wrong site. Quite often gamble stacking the site where they've lost the pick. Preasy are pulling these rotations to perfection. LNG now on the half buy. They've still got a Hero M4 on Marat 2K, investing a decent amount. Krivda as a second. For double peeking towards middle, but Becky domes 2 players. Waiting for the Malkis of aggression is eventually traded. 4 versus 3, a 1-man advantage for Preasy. They still have this weaponry advantage, and Grilla just holding passively for this B push. Quick is going to find Malkis. Again, Equip has been so successful with this utility at abusing Ivy. Every time they take scaffolding, it's the same utility, smoking the gap, molotoving the corner, working his way into the angle, taking the fights, and just happy to sit in that position. Cleo and Marat, no doubt, about to save. See if Cleo can find another M4. I don't think he can, unless Preasy were able to throw that away. In fact, no, I think Malkis picked up the Becky's AK, and Malkis died over towards A. They found the M4 regardless. Bone even going for a bit of a wall bang into ladder room. Reading this game well. Maybe a 7-0 start for Preasy. I see a start. We're already a quarter of the way through this game at least. Halfway through the half. But 8, the investment comes out for LNG. Malkis all back in his hands. But again, they need to be able to find these openings. Another passive hold for Preasy, waiting. Any aggression, but again, this time it's a different boost from a different angle. Jaboan in the corner of the box room finds one unique shoulder. Jaboan was a player who, honestly, on the CT side of Anubis, went a little bit dormant. Struggled to find his impact, but already he's found multiple opening kills. There is an equaliser though. Griller. B lurk falls. Cillian takes his place to make a bit of presence, but Equip again, another kill. Creeping all the way up this A site, they full on contact. The presence made over towards B is enough to weaken the defense here. Malkis tucked in towards Gap is found too, pivoting around. Beautiful shots. Almost a third. Bowen puts the silence to him, and Becky spots Krivda creeping around the catwalk. It will be an 8-0. It does get sketchy there. Malkis tries his hardest. And that being said, it was a scrappy sort of style of play there from Preasy, going for the contact. But it's the right time for it. 8-0. LNG take their second pause. Now, something often discussed about pauses, at least at the pro level, is it's better to take a pause when you're about to eco. Say if LNG were about to buy and want to buy round, they take a tactical pause, Preasy could then anticipate an adjustment. They could say, oh, okay, they've taken a pause, something's going to change here for this buy round because this is the round that matters. Whereas you take this tactical pause before your eco round. When the next round comes around, when your adjustments are going to be made on the next buy round, Preasy, they won't have the fact that there's a tactical pause fresh in their minds. They'll be focused on whatever they're doing on that round. So it means that taking a tactical pause an extra round early means that Preasy less likely to adjust. I say that, this is the investment. They're going for the force buy. Malkis dropped over an AWP. They've managed to afford 4 M4s. That extra bit of cash. They are desperate in all fairness. As much as I'd say, look, go for the half buy. You can afford a couple hero M4s. While still being able to afford a buy next round. Let those M4s do the work. You are 8-0 down. You do need to start winning some rounds. Early util to block. Sam Equip takes further space up in towards Ivy. Going to be fading the smoke this time. In the meantime, Gorilla's also taking space up towards B. Preasy getting confident with their aggression and map control here. NG themselves have tried countering in towards middle, but that's not where Preasy are making presence. And Gorilla's in a great spot to have heard those mid rotations. There you go, Equip. Throws the standard util he's been throwing all game long. Towards Ivy. Gorilla punishes Krivda's reposition. Perhaps not anticipating Gorilla to being pushed up so far in towards danger. Man advantage, another opening in Preasy's favour. Preasy, 40 seconds on the clock. They start to shift this bomb over towards A. LNG, finding the gamble rotation. Might pay off. Cleo gonna find the kill, but that's when Preasy they accelerate over towards B. Cillian finds a kill on towards Marat. Their plan B, their consolation prize, their insurance policy of still having Grilla working towards B comes to fruition. Bomb about to be planted. Grilla finds his second kill of the round. Smoke to lock out these rotations. One Unique and Malkus should be looking to save a 2 versus 4. Grilla knows this. Gonna get aggressive. Misses the jump, so thinks better of it. Doesn't deter Becky though. Becky's going straight in there. They are hunting towards the A site, and unfortunately for LNG, they've escaped in towards middle.
Terrorists win.
9-0. Clean sweep so far for Preasy. So far this entire series, both maps has just been a game of T-sides. We've only seen 4 total CT rounds won. Across the space Of 32 rounds, only 4 have been won by CTs. Malkis, finally, an opening kill. Saved AWP comes into fruition. Aggression on towards the A ramp for LNG, something which we haven't seen. That was really the adaptation I was kind of hoping to see, was actually take ramp control with force, being firm. Previously, they'd take it, they'd leave one player at the top, and then that player would just get picked off by Preasy. Unfortunate, the quick reaction from Preasy is to take B, because it's free, because LNG have left it open. Now 4 on 5. LNG do have that man advantage, but they've got no kit to play with. And Preasy have plenty of utility to keep LNG locked out. Look, smoke thrown. Gorilla gonna find Cleo. Cillian is still hiding in the smoke. The smoke fades and they're already exiting. Cillian comes in on the flank and a beautiful transfer to find the double. Preasy finds 10, even though finally LNG get an opening kill. Finally they take ramp control. Because of the kind of buy that they had, they'd gambled and left B open. And Preasy are now at the point where their Gorilla is confident enough to take the B stairs. He's established that that is now part of his map. Or rather, that part of the map, that map is his, should I say. Started off the game playing a little bit more passive towards it, but now he's being supported to take it early on. Bowen. So again, looking for an opening spots. One unique on the secondary AWP. Might not expect that to be a secondary. Quip is going to find him. Traded by Malkis. Finally, a Quip is dealt with. That's the A lurk. LNG can use that as information to focus here towards B. But Gorilla, beautiful headshots. Cleo is able to kill a Cillian, but a Gorilla trades and then some. Man advantage. 3 versus 2. Utility reigns in on the B bomb site. Marat and Malkis rotate in. And hello, 2 kills in quick succession. Now it's the 2 AWPers in a 1 versus 1. Malkis catches Jaboan peeking with a grenade in hand. LNG finally get the first round on the board. They deal with Equip. They deal with that A lurk. They have the rotation onto that B bomb site in time. The early warning sign as well. Even though Gorilla somehow got away with 2. LNG is going to take their final tactical pause. They now have none left to use on their T side once they swap, but at the end of the day, how many rounds is that going to be? With Preasy already up on 10. And considering that went down to a 1 versus 1, the buy for LNG is not good. Two M4s, an AWP, a FAMAS, and MP9. Weak utility. Around the half again, it's slow for Preasy. Gorilla throws some speculative util towards B. Becky throws some from ladder to pressure the A site, but that should be a dead giveaway because that utility, which is normally thrown from Equip, over towards A is thrown towards mid, and LNG now have the setup. Crossfire established, quick trade. Swing comes out from 1 unique, and it's 2 for 2. He's going to be happy with this. Cillian now walking towards the window, but the MP9 is too strong for him. Man advantage now for LNG. They have been moved out of position. Jaboan with the bomb can try and group up with Gorilla here on the B bomb site. Going to use his utility to try and keep them locked out. Molly lands behind the generator. Malkis, a tight angle with that AWP, finds the frag. Bonat's back, another Molotov. Hold that right hand side. A quick flick onto Cleo, down into the 1 versus 1. Krivda, low HP. Jaboan knows this, whips out the Deagle. Even chucks in the HE to try and soften him up. He's going to look for this engagement. Deagle in hand. Can't quite land the shot. Jaboan fails in the 1 versus 3 clutch. And LNG get a second round on the board. It's a 10-2 half. Borderline disastrous for LNG. 10-0 to start it off. Malchus the only one really finding the frags, and a lot of those were save frags, frags on rounds which held no impact. That being said, he did win the 1 versus 1 to get them their first round. I mean, just look at the damage done on the LNG side. Very little, especially on Krivda, 250. That's half anyone else on the server. Preasy primed and ready to take us to a third, to take us to that decider map of Ancient. They only need 3 rounds to do it. LNG, if they want to try and take this series in 2, have to be an even bigger comeback than that which we saw on Anubis. In all fairness, they did go 10-1. Or rather 7-1, I believe. Right, no, it was 10-1. 10-1. I just did the quick maths in there. I got a bit confused. 10-1 was the comeback that LNG made on Anubis. From 9-3 to 10-13. If they do that here, it would end up be 11-12. It's not out of question, but it may be out of reason. Slow round from LNG. Preasy stacked towards A with 4 players. It's just Grilla spotting passively towards mid and B. Not even in the window. Couple steps made at the bottom of the ramp. Well played by LNG. It baits out the flash. They've done their research. They anticipate the play, but the push continues anyway. Preasy creep on in and they find 3 kills in quick succession. The hold at the bottom of the ramp is dispatched off. Grilla holds zone against Cleo. Here's the steps of Malchus. 1 versus 5. Not a single kill for LNG. And no bomb plant means that if they do force here on the second round, it'll be dire. It'll be Tech 9s and armor at best. It's a heartbreaking decision to make. They are going to go for it. At the end of the day, they're 11-2 down. They can only afford to lose 1 more round here on Vertigo. Smoke thrown towards the top of the ramp. Blind the CTs, deny them vision. City encounters with an endpoint smoke. They pop up through the smoke, but they're not blinded. A crossfire established. Sicilian's only good for 1. The Tech 9s have pivoted around and find 2 lovely headshots to trade. Preasy ripped apart. Jerboen finds an angle of attack on the side, catches them off guard. 3 on 3. Still doing damage on the side here, but the Tech 9s are finding the headshots that are necessary. Becky comes in to activate and mows down 3, coming in from the catwalk. A risky maneuver for the CTs, pushing down that catwalk. It's a long angle with very little cover to actually work upon, and the Ts can very easily peek you as you shift across. But when you get there, it's incredibly rewarding. You have some very strong angles, which the Ts often don't expect, simply because of how hard it is to actually walk all the way down. Becky's rewarded with a triple. Map point now for Preasy. They're going to be taking their second tactical pause of the map. LNG do get the bomb plant though. At least I think they did, if I remember rightly. Either way, they're going to be buying up here and they can afford a couple Galils. 3 to be precise. Small amount of utility on Krivda. Map isn't over just yet, but Nearly there. Flash in front from Bowen. Finian goes for the wide swing, and the Galils actually mow him down. Equip is able to find one in response. Keeps it even at 4 versus 4, but LNG going to be happy. The quick trade. Bowen upgrades his weapon to an M4. LNG, with that opening pick, they're going to start shifting their way over towards B. Now, the B bomb site has been gambled by Preasy. It's left open. They're shifting 2 players in towards mid, clearing that out. They've cleared out A, and now you'd expect Jabone to rotate, try and get up on towards that B bomb site as quick as possible. A good flashbang will slow them down a little bit. Not gone there in time to hold the site. Instead, he tucks in to play retake. Gives them that control. Waits for the aggression. And in fact, somehow he's lined up 2 through the smoke. Okay. This round is suddenly falling apart for LNG, simply because Jabone found 2 through the smoke. Marat 2K is good for 1. Really, you'd expect a bit of a quicker trade coming out there, but he's not successful. Hesitant with the MP9, and Crypta pivots around with the Tech 9. A 2 versus 4 for LNG. Bails them out of that one. As hard as Jabone tried to get them back, he got 2 kills through the smoke. I'm not sure why Grilla didn't trade there. I simply don't understand that. Like the way he's jiggling that angle looked almost scared. You're 12-3 up, buddy. Nothing to be scared of. Preasy have to take a knee. Second round break is successful for LNG. Preasy. Invest. Keep some cash in the bank just so they have extra for when they do buy. Becky, they just creep underneath his crosshair. They don't quite spot his head, but it's Jabone to find the first kill. And Grilla activates the flash, is good in towards middle. The Deagles doing so much damage in towards mid. Grilla goes for the swing and lines up 2 beautiful headshots. It's just Crypta in a 1 versus 3. Not like this, LNG. Not against Eagles. This can't be how you lose Vertigo. Crypta doesn't even have the bomb. He's got 50 seconds to try and recover it, and Preasy know where he's coming from. I'm pretty sure this is a shadow angle as well. I'll be able to see it all day. 2-man tower lined up. It will be 13-3. A dominant scoreline from Preasy. They sweep the floor with LNG on their map pick. That does mean we are going to be going to a third decider after a close bout on Anubis. A comeback from LNG, but they fall flat on Vertigo from the Sky Heights. We will be going to Ancient next. Stick around. Make sure you check in for that game in 11 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to L&G versus Preasy. This best of 3 in the upper bracket quarter-final here in United21 Season 19. We've got the final map here, the series Ancient. The decider between these two teams. As you can see at the top right-hand side of the screen, the first map was Anubis. That was L&G's map pick, and that was 9-3 at the half to Preasy. L&G made a 10-1 comeback in the second half to just narrowly take that map. But Vertigo was a different story. Preasy swept the floor with L&G there. They struggled to adapt. They were losing opening pick after opening pick and gambling on the wrong site constantly. That brings us here to Ancient, a map which, again, looking at the HLTV statistics, L&G, they don't have much games on HLTV, so there's not much to go off of, but they played it twice in the last 3 months, both of which recently over the last couple of days, after beating Dash and losing to Molotov. On the other side of things, Preasy, they've had a little bit more success on this map, an overall win percentage of 54%. Having played it 11 times, they've got a handful of mixed results. Some very one-sided wins against the likes of Leon and even TSM. Also some one-sided losses in most recent history, including a loss to Permitter only the other day. Continuing on here with the knife round to decide which side each team starts on. Preasy seem to be laid a trap there at the bottom of mid, hiding around the corners, and they successfully take that pistol round. And now that does mean they get the choice of sides. Now, interestingly, so far this series, it's been heavily T-sided favoured series. We've had a grand total of, let me just correct me if I'm wrong, 4, 5, 6. We've had a total of, I believe, 6 CT rounds, maybe even 7 CT rounds won in total across the 2 maps. That's a lot of Counter-Strike played, and only 7 CT rounds. It is hard to put a pin on it. So it'll be interesting to see if Preasy choose to start on the T side, or if they start on the more favourable CT. Looking at their history, actually, they have a much greater T side win percentage. Over half of their rounds won on Ancient are on the T side, 57% to be precise, with the other share being 42 on their CT. So they're arguably starting on their weaker side. Kicking off the pistol, they're going to be getting aggressive in towards mid, an aggressive information play on the CT side. They see no resistance, so they're going to look to go on the flanks, clear things out. Jaboan catches off Cleo, throwing the execution util, sorry, on towards this A site. Doesn't quite land the kill. Bomb site will be free for business, but a perfect spam from Massilian, and Becky removes Malchus as he goes to fake the bomb plant. Marrett will eventually get it planted. Just off the corner of Temple. Post plant is inside Temple for L&G. Going to find the right timing to peek. Becky jiggling, catches information, spots 3 players walking in, takes down Marrett low, but a swing comes out and Becky falls. Tap on the bomb for Preasy. They're going to look to try and clear out these angles, but they're being whittled away. One unique with 2 kills. It's just equipped in the 1 versus 2 time ticking. Unless there's a kit down on the bomb, he simply cannot win this round. And you can see he turns away, looks to save. Fire off some shots and will go down in the process, but gets a couple kills for his sorrows. Good 1-0 start for L&G, much needed here. The side of Ancient. Easy. Going to be full eco for them 4 players. Setting themselves up in towards the donut. Asilian with the single flashbang outside of A. Going to flash them in towards middle with the hope of catching the LNG players in mid. But they've already vacated that part of the map and they're looking to set their sights over towards B. Already clearing the site. They're wasting no time. They don't have much utility to lock out these Preasy rotations. But USPs, no Kevlar, they make light work. 4 kills on Mac 10s, Krivda with a quad. Going to be flush for cash, you can see already, only 3 rounds in, he's already at 5k. Round number 3, Preasy get the third round bye, but it's not great as far as utility is concerned. They don't have any kits, so retakes will be much more difficult, which on a map like Ancient, it's a heavy retake map, and especially if LNG are going to be storming into this A bomb site. But Grilla holds strong. 2 kills, the rotation comes in, he has some support, Asilian finds another 2 of his own, leaving Marat in a 1 versus 5 as all 4 of his teammates fall in front of him. Perfect hold from Grilla, spotting for information, hearing the steps, seeing the shadow, drops the incendiary. LNG have to smoke it if they want to commit through. In doing so, they're blinded, they go through one by one, they fail to trade. Two-man set up here. Beautiful pre-fire from Marat to take down Asilian, but a quick trade. A swing from Grilla makes it a triple kill for him. Brilliant hold, Preasy. Another CT round on the board. Good movement from Grilla, gets him in towards heaven, allows him to peek in towards the heaven build a bit earlier. Malkis, boosted over the top of the elbow smoke, will find Grilla, shoots him in the back. Opening pick for LNG. Man advantage, Preasy. Have to work from the back foot. They don't overreact just yet, they are still split. Mutil thrown from Asilian. Try and set Equip up to gather that information. But as time ticks down, he vacates, he falls back. Jaboan left to defend the A side of the map, all on his lonesome. Preasy gambling over towards B with 3 players. Make it 4 as Jaboan now leaves the A bomb site, but the timing couldn't be worse. LNG are about to creep their way out in towards A. It's a full gamble from Preasy. Now the thing is, you could argue they have the cash to go for it, but it's a much more economically minded decision for Preasy to save in the 4-on-5. Just keep these weapons up. Forfeit 1 round. Live to fight another with these weapons. Beautiful camera work here from the observers. Here at United21. Even catching the flash out of mid. As LNG exit safely. They themselves don't have a great economy, so they're not going to lose too many weapons. Saving all 5 weapons here, all 5 alive, is great bolster for cash. And now Preasy themselves invest once more. This time, all the bells and whistles. 4 grenades on every player. Even 4 kits. Another boost over the top of the smoke. Malkis granted vision. Not going to see anyone. Instead, he creeps in. Takes the space. She sees us open. Asilian is holding a tight pixel angle here. If Malkis peeks this with an AWP, could be a free kill. So he is spotted. Asilian drops a smoke. Becky spam down low. Nice wall bang from Cleo. Reaction from Preasy. They lose mid control. Bit of presence over towards B, so they push 2 in towards A main. Grilla takes down Krivda. Man advantage for Preasy, but lots of damage done to them. And very quickly and easily swing back. A minute on the clock. One unique flash nibble towards Red Rim, but he eats his teammate's flash. 40 seconds. LNG need to now be thinking about how they want to close out this round. It's not easy with a man disadvantage. They're going to set their sights towards B. Marat in cave. Jiggle spots Becky on top of the box. A beautiful flashbang from Marat. I'm not sure if that was a lineup, but that was perfect. Becky fully blinded. Cave. A free kill. A quit. Fluffs the spray towards long. Bowen next up on the plate and lines up two. Nice headshot. Keeps it in a 2-on-2. Griller is low and he's taking point first. The ceiling comes around the corner with utility in his hand. Smoke of the HE to try and deny one unique. In fact, it does kill him, but he gets the bomb planted off just in time. Now into the 1v1. Marat is repositioned, coming in long, and Sicilian doesn't expect it. Shot in the side of the head. LNG just about recover the round. In a 4-on-5 disadvantage, they get their 4th round. And in doing so, they've reset the economy for Preasy. Beautifully played from LNG. Preasy kind of letting it slip in the mid-round there. That B-site defense, despite having the rotation, there just wasn't a setup. When I say there wasn't a setup, it was single individual players on individual angles on their own. There's no extra layers of complexity to where they're stood. Becky simply on an elevated angle, but there's no one there to swing off Becky's contact. There isn't anyone underneath playing anti-flash. They're not playing together. And that allows LNG to get the information, isolate the fights. It's not easy. It does go down to the 1 versus 1. Especially with the low HP of Marat. Could have very easily been a Preasy round, but it isn't. It's LNG. Now Preasy have to work with Deagles. And then P9 on equip. And again, Malchus drifting up into the middle. Loves this portion of the map. Go for opening picks. He's a player where when he's on a comfortable map, he's very strong with this AWP. But he isn't comfortable on every map, and I think that might be his weakness. Well, Ancient certainly has his habits. His creature comforts. A trade 1-for-1, equip. Lucky to get one with an MP9, $600 in his bank, but he does fall. 4-on-4, Cleo. Walking down to the edge of the door. If he spots a shoulder here, single foot, there'll be enough to spray. Good for one. The swing comes out, traded. 3-on-3. Another trade comes in. One unique takes Becky and Asilian activates in the side. 2-on-2. Weapon picked up. Asilian even has Kevlar to back up this rifle. But they should have the information. A little bit delayed of a reaction from LNG. Also from Krivda. You were identified Asilian is in towards cave, and you know there's another player towards the slope. Ergo, A site is clear. Because of that extra time that it took for Krivda to get to the site. Means now he's unsure if a player could have rotated there in the first place. And Asilian with the AK is going to deny the bomb plant. There's 17 seconds left. Asilian now hides, tucks in towards the smoke. Knows that that smoke is fresh. It's going to last a long time. In fact, it slips all the way through. Krivda now desperation. Tries to spam the smoke. He's going to fake it. And that's it. Round done. Round over. Asilian with the 3-piece. Preasy win the round with Deagles and an MP9. LNG slow to react. Being traded out by pistols of all weapons. And it goes to show the strength of fundamental Counter-Strike. Even when you have weak weapons, even when you don't have utility, if you play to trade, the round can still be as good as yours. And Preasy, every action they took was traded or tradable. The time ticked down low. LNG just a little bit slow to react. But not slow to react here. Marat aggressive here on the force fight. Up the ramp, but Jaboan posted in towards long. Perfect spot with York. Good for a second. Finds a shot before being flashed off, and then the rest of the PC players can rotate in. A quit. Malchus, one unique trip. They're now locked out behind the smoke. They do have the bomb on their backs, but not a good look. I say that one unique finds a kill onto Griller. So an AK you can pick up. Does go down to low HP. Deep Molotov. On the door. Pop Critter out for a second longer. One Unique going for a bit of a spam. Bit of desperation, seeing if he can find anything. Becky tucked in this off angle. He's ready to swing off contact. Becky gets one. Equip swings. Say Becky gets one. Becky gets one bullet to the head. Beautiful counter flash though. It's those extra layers. Even if the initial setup fails, there's a second setup ready to be established. A second play with that flash. Preasy starting to establish themselves here on Ancient. 3-4. The force buy doesn't break for LNG. Even then, there was a little bit disparate, right? You had one player in Marret sprinting up, going for a solo fight. There wasn't really great trades behind it. The spacing was poor. Now they're full eco, going for an all Hail Mary B rush. The lurk smoke does bring them some room. They are going to try and tap this bomb. The flash is good. And in fact, they managed to overwhelm a couple players. 2 for 1 with Glocks and a bomb plan. This is far more than LNG could have hoped for. In fact, now they've overwhelmed Griller as well. Jaboan left with a pistol out, about to be overwhelmed, swarmed onto the site. Asilian coming on the flank. The bomb going to attempt an ninja defuse, but Cleo has it watched. LNG win around with just pistols. A B rush with the cover of the lurk smoke and a single flashbang absolutely destroys Preasy. That smoke is so strong. I'm not sure if there was anti-rush util, if there was a Molotov down on the slope. I'm not sure what util was even thrown from Preasy to actually stop LNG getting up that slope. But once they make it past it, that smoke obscures the vision of both players. They can't find a crossfire. They can't find the trades. They get completely overwhelmed. And LNG don't touch the brakes. They accelerate all the way through. Steamrolling through each and every player. And Preasy, now in economic turmoil, equip the Griller. Working with MP9s. Jaboan going for an aggressive peek here. In towards Cave, the only player towards B, and he's gone down. Preasy made a gamble rotate to try and retake mid. Heroic-esque. Proactive play, but it doesn't pan out. They don't receive anything off the back of it. If anything, it just left Jaboan open. Being picked apart. Now LNG have reacted up onto the B side. BO, beautiful shot towards Equip. Spray comes out. Becky and Griller are going to find one each. Still man advantage for LNG is one Unique. As that picked up sniper. Bomb not yet planted. Still 30 seconds left. A deep Molotov. Keep Griller from progressing. The flash is good. In fact, no, it's not. It's a little too deep. Lands behind Marret. Leaving Asilian in a 1 versus 3.
Bomb has been planted.
With this being a force from Preasy, this should almost certainly be a save from Asilian.
Terrorists win.
Strong 6 rounds currently for LNG. Profitable with 3 players surviving on that last one. It's broken the bank for Preasy. That losing to Glocks in the previous round is a real sour note for the Danish side. How did Preasy choose to use this M4? Cillian having it saved, boosted up towards long. LNG knowing they're up against likely pistols. Preasy, they react. Due to the lack of presence over towards B, they're going to get aggressive. It's an unorthodox boost on the top of the slope to peek through the doors. Not going to find anything. Going to shift away. I think the information given to them that there's nothing towards the B doors, it's a dead giveaway that it's likely going to be an A hit or an A split. So they're going to shift their way in towards middle. The thing is, clock is ticking as LNG are slowly converging on this site, splitting in, contacting in through Donut. Marrett, beautiful off angle from Becky. Does fall, but a quick trade from Krivda coming out towards A main. Now it's just Cillian left. He's unable to find a single kill, and Malkis finds it with the AWP. The only kill for Preasy in that round was a USP from a lovely off angle. Cillian unable to do anything with that rifle. 7-3. M4's back out for Preasy. 2 rounds left in the half. And economically speaking, LNG are going to be completely fine the rest of the half, whereas Preasy, less so. Ooh. Smoke at the bottom of mid. Perhaps anticipating a Molotov to try and extinguish it and allow Malkis to go for another boost. Not going to be the case. Regardless, they identify Preasy haven't been playing mid aggressively at all since they started losing picks to Malkis in mid. Instead, Preasy playing a 2-1-2, and the only player holding mid is a Cillian jiggling in towards Donut, and Malkis, a beautiful peek, catches the shoulder. Perfect counter to that exact setup from a Cillian. Man advantage for LNG. Not only that, they have a lot of map control in their hands. They're going to turn back, fall away from mid, look to reassert themselves in towards doors, but that's when the flank comes in from Grilla. He's pushed towards A main. Does he choose to go T-spawn or mid? That's the question in mid. If he plays the trigger discipline, he should be able to find 2. Shifting in, Malkis back turned. Reacts, goes straight for the first kill, but Cleo pivots around. No trigger discipline from Grilla. Shoots the first player he sees. If he'd waited just a second, he would have got Cleo at range and then transferred to Malkis. But instead, LNG off the back of that kill, they now accelerate in towards the A site. Jabone hiding. Decent angle, good for 1, but it's a quick trade from Krivda. 3 versus 2. Krivda taps the bomb, now sticking it. He's isolated on this site. Equip could have found the 1 versus 1, but a bit of hesitation is his undoing. Becky falls. It's going to be an 8th for LNG. Final round of the half. Preasy have to go for the force buy. 4 MP9s, 1 Deagle. They've got plenty of utility, but again, they're struggling to adapt. It's so punishing being in an MR12 because you don't have those extra rounds to figure out where you're going wrong. But right now, Preasy, they're not fighting for mid control at all. LNG are getting it for free every single round. Malkis is free to go for picks. They're free to play with the rotations. But now, Preasy, they fight for at least some part of the map. They send 2 players barreling in towards the B lane. They clear that out, but the issue is they don't have mid, meaning holding B lane is very compromised. They can be split from 2 points. Drifter going for an aggressive play. Solo walking out, contacted. Shot on the side of the head. He's gathered information. Equip does find 1. 1 unique overextends. Marrett unable to trade. 2-man advantage now for Preasy. And a rifle picked up. Beautiful turnaround. Equip somehow has found a triple kill. Some beautiful shots and make it a quad. Equip single-handedly defending that B lane. LNG unable to trade him. Preasy get away with a 4th round, giving us an 8-4 half. Really strong for LNG. But again, the tale of this entire best of 3 so far has been how weak the CT sides have been for both teams. Both of them struggling to adapt, struggling to react in the man disadvantages, struggling to find where they're going wrong, and constantly the T's finding the opening picks. Be swapping over any moment now, and LNG will have their stab, their final stab potentially at the CT side. Preasy. Got a steep hill to climb back on. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov on this T side. Looks like they're going to be taking this utility over towards A. Set piece, a set execute to guarantee them that bomb plant. LNG doing a double donut, 3 stack on B. Smokes coming on that A side. One unique tries to block. And they fight in towards the site, but quickly traded. LNG trying to play for the hold rather than a retake. It is their undoing. They're isolated in front of those smokes. Vulnerable to the flashes. 1-man advantage now for Preasy as the bomb is planted. LNG, the rotations are here. They look to go for the retake, pushing through CT in towards default. Julies are in play. Marett finds Jabone, sneaks in towards Temple, untraded. 3 on 3, compromised positions for Preasy. Eventually Marett is dealt with. That brings them a lot of room to work with, and their Temple no longer a threat. Cleo left in a 1 versus 3. Bomb ticking, no kit. This is done. Preasy have secured themselves a pistol equip, even running with the knife out. The disrespect. Fifth round for Preasy. A great opportunity to mount a comeback. LNG have to go for an eco. Losing that CT pistol is so punishing. Yeah, we did see LNG win a round with nothing but Glocks in the first half. Who's to say they can't do the same with USPs? Equip, flashed out into the middle. Scouting party at the front of the Mac 10 is going to mow down 3 with the help of Vasilian. Turns around. Blink and you miss it. All 5 players fall in towards middle. Decent idea from LNG, flashing your way in towards mid, trying to catch the T's out in the open, splitting through donut and window. But Equip too far forward in front of the flashes. They pop off behind him. And his sight is unhindered. Can mow them down with the Mac 10. Tactical pause now for Preasy. First gun round. Investment comes out for LNG, but again, 3rd round buy is always scrappy for the CTs. If they've lost the pistol. 1 unique, having to go down to an MP9 so we can afford utility and that kit. The magical kit, again, ancient. A map where retaking is more than viable. It's what makes this map not only more entertaining, but also a little bit more unique. The fact that you don't see quite as many saves. Simply because you can retake in disadvantaged situations. So making sure that kit is in play for 1 unique does mean that retakes are much more of a possibility. Equip again. Flashing towards middle. They cross like ships in the night. In fact, 1 unique has gone all the way behind both him and Decillion. But it's cleared by Jabone. And now Equip causes chaos, gets in through the red room smoke. 2 early picks from Preasy. It looked promising with 1 unique's position, but not to be. Cleo pushes in through the smoke, but a double peek comes in. It's a quick 2-for-1 trade, leaving Krivda in a 1 versus 4 again. In the blink of an eye, the round is over for LNG. As soon as they've got rifles out, the round is over. Preasy goes in the distance now. It's likely to be an 8th as LNG don't have the cash to buy here. Upgraded pistols, some 5.7s, 1 unique. Goes for another attempt at fighting aggressively. Preasy seems to attempt potentially the B anti-eco. We see a lot of teams run this where they just use the Molotovs to procedurally clear out cave, clear out the tight corners and split that B bomb site. But a smoke pushes them back, deters them, keeps them at bay for another 20 seconds. still. Thrown in towards middle by a Quip. Scouting, searching for info with this M4. There's a bait and switch in towards Donut. He spotted Krivda, but going to clear one unique. He is, but one unique has Kevlar. Doesn't receive the aim punch. Instead, Equip is the one to receive a headshot. M4 picked up. The situation's just gone from good to bad here for Preasy. Executing on towards the site. The Molotov is in play. Jaboan needs to be able to clear these close angles. There's two plays. He's going to get double swung. He had a Molotov. He could have cleared out those corners with his own Molotov. And now Cleo goes for the swing. It's Griller and Asilian. And they line up. Marat 2K finds them both. Preasy fumbled that round so unbelievably hard. First off, you've got a Quip walking into Donut solo. Looking for information, but he's scouting with an M4. A rifle. And the information he gets isn't any information which is Preasy can react upon. All they've spotted is that there's two players towards A. Doesn't mean there can't be three towards B. And then Jaboan doesn't molly out those close corner. If he mollied out that close corner, Cave is theirs for free and that round doesn't get lost. Or at least perhaps they have a much greater chance. But instead he goes down for free. Another M4 is picked up and Preasy capitulate on that B side. LNG maintain a lead. He's picked up AKs and M4s from the previous round. Plenty of cash to work with. Just as Preasy getting a grip on this game. Bowen with the AWP. Going for a similar pick as to how Malchus used his in T side. Taking him towards Donut, one unique. Tags the leg of Asilian. Molotov to try and clear out the back of Donut, extinguished. Cleo Malchus going for an aggressive plane towards Red Room, but it's quickly traded. Jaboan finds two with the AWP. Marat lines up three. A beautiful proactive play from LNG. It looked like there was only two of them going to retake window there. They come out at a disadvantage, but Preasy don't expect the third. They jump out unprepared. Poor trading. As Marat lines them all up. Puts LNG up onto 10 and Preasy. Oh, Preasy. It's a 10-7 scoreline. And you've lost 2 rounds against full eco whilst you've had rifles. You've had rifles. You lost 1 round against full Glocks in the first half, which allowed LNG to get a decent scoreline at the half. That allowed them to tie a couple rounds together. You then lost a round against 5.7s on the T side. And a relatively clean win from LNG at that. That's at least 2 rounds individually which could go the other way. Never mind how they would have affected the rounds beyond those with economically speaking. This could be at least 9-8 for Preasy, if not 10-7 the other way. With LNG on the back foot, but instead LNG have the upper hand. Preasy force buying in. 2 Galils, an AK on Asilian, Tech 9 and Deagle on Becky and Jaboan respectively. Have a handful of grenades to try and work map control with, but again they're in this stagnant 1-4 setup. Equip left to his own devices at the bottom and middle. Preasy kind of locked into B lane control. Waiting out a smoke towards Cave before they make any actions. The smoke fades, and that's exactly when top of B lane is smoked, giving LNG some comfort. At least one of the extremities is blocked. Things with this position, one unique. Can spot towards Donut. Spot towards middle from Donut at least. Reactively drops a smoke. Malchus with this AWP. A shot rings out. Good alert Preasy to his location. The double peek comes in. Lands a tag through the wall. Lands a no scope on towards Becky. There's no support coming in. It does eventually. And Preasy quickly are being mopped up here, leaving Griller in a 1 versus 5. Tags down by the MP9. Location spotted. It's going to be 11th for LNG. A clean round. 4 points of damage done total to LNG on round 18. Preasy in these slower mid rounds on their defaults, they're just looking kind of disjointed. Kind of lost, right? When they go for that 1-4, LNG are playing passive mid. Preasy aren't doing anything in middle to make LNG respect them there. LNG is saying, look, you can have it, I don't care. You're not doing anything with it. That's why they can lean 4 towards B, 2 towards A. Cribbed up. Finds the opening kill. It's full pistols for Preasy. They're keeping it on towards this A side. Cribbed up. Beautiful spray to line up 2. It's a shame it took so long for him to go down. Jabone has picked up the AK, but not enough bullets. Malchus will fill him off. LNG up onto match and series point here. Round 20. Just one round is all it takes for LNG to claim victory and move on to the upper semis. One unique again, aggressive in towards mid, looking to block this time, getting straight in towards smoke, fighting from behind. Preasy are aware, they anticipate it, an opening kill. Given Equip's way, man advantage. And Preasy, they're looking fast to react here, up towards A. They've identified it's a heavy mid hold, and if it's heavy mid, it means A likely being held passively, so they can take it for free. The boost, looking to try and get over the top of Mantis' crosshair. Boost, shadow spotted. Grilla going to find the kill, jumping right over the crosshair, and Grilla's even going to find it in mid-air. 4 versus 2, Cleo and Marit probably looking to save it. All LNG need is to win one round, so they're going to try and get as many chances at winning as possible by saving, keeping their economy high. If they throw weapons away just to attempt a 2 versus 4 to close it out now, then that could mean that further down the line, if they lose a couple more, they'll be ecoing, and that will remove an opportunity, a chance to fight for one round, which they otherwise might need. Preasy themselves, their economy is in tatters, so they're looking to save any weapon that they can. Not hunting an ounce. Not even leaving A main, just making sure they're all tucked in safe. Another 1-4 default for Preasy. Tentative hold here towards the B lane. Working into cave control. NG just playing to block. But again, the lack of mid presence at all from Preasy right now just means that LNG can just lean an extra player towards B. They can play triple B. Because Preasy aren't forcing LNG to respect anything they do in middle. Oh, a bit of a missed smoke there. It's landed. Blocking Cleo's sight. Fortunately, Malchus still has vision. Preasy now have mid, but again, the issue with these 1-4 defaults that Preasy are playing is they always set their sights towards B. They don't actually do anything with mid when Equip is there. Malchus, a close angle, finds a shot to Asilian. Marit next up on the plate. Becky is going to find 2 headshots, gives them the opportunity. Molotov is going to shut Cleo out, but behind the flames he finds a kill, but can't do much more as Grilla finds a trade. 3 versus 2. One man advantage for Preasy. Smoke on short. Going to lock Krivda out. To force his way around towards long, which is currently being held by Jabone with an AWP. Beautiful pre-fire. A little peek into the angle. .30 seconds left. One unique on the flank has found Jabone. That's going to put these players for Preasy in a compromised position unless they find Krivda, which Equip does. Equip head and shoulders above his teammates right now. 20 kills. The next closest is Asilion on 12. There's double that of everyone else at least. But in all fairness, a lot of his kills have come from eco rounds. Certainly padding his stats. That cannot be argued.
Terrorists win.
Perhaps his scoreline inflated somewhat. Still 3 rounds in it. LNG going to be taking their first tactical timeout here on Ancient. They've got enough money to buy again. It's starting to dwindle. They can still go for another investment. Preasy won't be getting any easy ways out anytime soon. Bit of an adjustment made from either side. This time Preasy set their sights on middle. It's a 3-2 split. LNG themselves, looking to be proactive, take some map control. Instead of stacking this B-bomb site, they're taking a main. Krivda, fully blinded. Doesn't make any noise off the back of it. Bowen, elevated peak, might be enough to take down Malchus, but no, Malchus lands the flick. The pixel angle is advantageous for him. And one unique has spammed through the smoke. Is also going to find a kill. A 2-man advantage now for LNG. The mid take is not as thorough as they perhaps hoped. Util blinded on towards B. Bit of spam from the CTs in towards the smoke. They know it's a possibility. Becky going to be boosted up. Rotating away, looking to leave the side, but Krivda, beautiful headshot, takes down Asilion. Now Grilla and Becky are stuck in a 2 versus 5, and there's 4 players for LNG towards the extremities of this B-bomb site, waiting outside. They know that they can let the bomb go down. They're playing full retake. They don't want to give any kills away too early, but one unique through the edge of the smoke is going to find one. Quickly traded, and that'll be all. 13-9 for LNG. They're going to be taking this series 2-1, and Preasy, that is going to absolutely sting this entire series through. After being on map 1, Anubis 9-3 up, they choke the lead. They lose 10 out of 11 rounds to lose Anubis 13-10. An awful showing on their CT side. And then you move on to Vertigo. They smash LNG. They get their revenge. We move on to Ancient, and they lose 2 rounds to full pistols, 1 to full Glocks, 1 to 5.7s. And those 2 rounds could have been the swing rounds. And then when you come into the mid rounds, once they get the rifles going, they just have no mid control. They struggle on their T side to actually work middle and counter the LNG setup. And that does mean LNG go through to the upper bracket semi-finals. On the other side of things, where they'll be facing the winner of this morning's game, which was Dynamo Eklot. This side of things, Preasy will be moving down to the lower bracket to face Kono. So, that being said, that's us done for today. Make sure to check in tomorrow for some more upper bracket quarter-final games. We've got X Enterprise versus Unity and Navi Junior versus Apogee. Those are sure to be some fire games. Make sure to check them out. Tune in tomorrow, nice and early. I'll be there to cover you through the games. So, goodbye for now.